guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Kate Fisher. US Secretary of State Antony Blinken is in Israel pushing for a peace deal with Hamas. He says that this is the best and possibly last opportunity, but distance remains between the two sides. Caroline Malone reports from Washington.
Blinken held a positive meeting with Israeli President Isaac Herzog and 3 hours of talks with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. But real challenges remain to reach a ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas. Israel want the end of Hamas. Hamas wants a permanent, not temporary ceasefire. This is amid concern over a retaliatory attack by Iran for the killing of a Hamas leader in Tehran, presumed to be by Israel, and continued violence on the border between Israel and Lebanon-based Hezbollah. Caroline Malone, Washington.
The US Republican Party's released a new report in which it claims President Joe Biden's engaged in what it calls impeachable conduct. Despite that, Congress is unlikely to hold an impeachment vote without enough support for it to succeed in the House. Our US correspondent Mitch McCann reports.
Republicans have been investigating Joe Biden's conduct and business dealings from almost the moment the party took back control of the House in January 2023. With the Democratic National Convention taking place in Chicago, it released a 291-page report detailing its findings, where it alleged that Joe Biden engaged in impeachable conduct. In it, Republicans make sweeping claims that when Biden was vice president, he was involved in corruption that allowed his family to profit from his office. The alleged crimes involve business dealings with his son, Hunter Biden. Despite the serious allegations, US media reports that the report has no evidence or proof that Biden engaged in any dodgy dealings. Joe Biden is unlikely to face an impeachment vote as the Republican Party lacks the dozens more votes it needs to be successful. Mitch McCann, New York.
US Vice President Kamala Harris will be officially confirmed as the Democrats' presidential nominee this week at the party's convention in Chicago. She'll be selling her message to voters just weeks after Joe Biden dropped his presidential bid. Simon Marks reports from Chicago.
It's going to be a problematic few days for Kamala Harris because she's got to do two things. On the one hand, she's got to pay fulsome tribute to Joe Biden, as she's been doing for the last 3 weeks. But then, once that's out of the way, she's also got to make it clear that she sees herself now as the Democratic Party leader. She's got essentially to introduce herself still to many members of the country, of the electorate who have been on holiday over the last couple of weeks, who may not have been as excited by every twist and turn in her journey as those people back in Washington who obsess about politics have been. So this is a massive opportunity for Kamala Harris.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking today at Tyche, the first ever military satellite launched by the UK that can capture daytime images and videos of the Earth's surface. Tyche blasted into orbit on Friday from a Vulcan 9 rocket owned by SpaceX, launched from Vandenberg in California. It's aimed at strengthening intelligence-gathering surveillance capacities for the UK's Ministry of Defence. But Julia Baum at the Freeman Air and Space Institute at King's College London says it will be able to do far more than that once it's fully deployed.
Tyche is an intelligence, surveillance and reconnaissance satellite, and it's important because it sort of paints this picture of a battlefield. Gathering intelligence has always been central to military strategy, because having this clear picture of an area where you're operating in allows you to be accurate, to monitor and to anticipate new developments. So, it's quite helpful in terms of not only a military capability and capacity, but also it helps us monitor the environment, it helps with disaster monitoring, it helps map information and gather information on climate change. So, it really helps the UK in a lot of ways, and it's quite an exciting time to see the first concept demonstrator launched.
Tyche can do all of that while being the size of a domestic washing machine. It weighs just 150 kilos, has an expected lifespan of around 5 years, and its first signals were received just hours after it lifted off to begin its journey into low Earth orbit. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
Our main news again. US Secretary of State Antony Blinken's in Israel pushing for a peace deal with Hamas, his 9th visit to the region since the war began. The US Republican Party's released a new report in which it claims President Joe Biden's engaged in what it calls impeachable conduct. And US Vice President Kamala Harris will be officially confirmed as the Democrats' presidential nominee this week at the party's convention in Chicago. And that's the latest feature story news. Kate Fisher reporting.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls, I'm 1,000 miles away from my whole
world. Well, hi there. What do you say? Welcome back. Just like that, here we go again. We'll close out a Monday. You made it through the hard part, so we're all settled in. All right, full moon shining bright tonight outside the secret bunker with those clear skies, 61 degrees. It's going to be getting close to jacket weather over the next several nights. They're talking we may have some overnight lows in the 40s before things gradually begin warming up toward the end of the week again. Summer's not over. But welcome aboard the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. As we turn the page on the calendar, 20th day of August already. Yeah, the grandsons will be getting up bright and early Tuesday morning. Back to school, as so many others have already done. Well, we kick off a new day. I was going through putting together the weather updates around the country, which the overall big picture, there's not a whole lot happening out there tonight. There are some areas of some scattered showers, thunderstorms, a few stronger storms in northern Montana. Looks like a little cluster there in western portions of South Dakota. The eastern seaboard was the area 24 hours ago. I knew there was some rain coming down, some heavy rain in some areas. I had no idea just how much rain would come down before all was said and done. And I think many of the people there in Connecticut in particular. Let me start right there, where the governor had declared a state of emergency. Historic flooding left 2 dead, hundreds of evacuations. As we closed out the weekend and rolled on into a Monday morning, he held a news conference saying this declaration could help expedite some of the resources, including potential federal support. Hundreds of evacuations and swift water rescues were necessary to remove people from dangerous areas. Shelters were opened up. The 2 deceased were found in the town of Oxford, according to the fire chief there. That town's about 15 miles northwest of New Haven, Connecticut. 1 female victim was swept away in floodwaters while firefighters were trying to perform a rescue on Sunday afternoon. The other was in a vehicle and was clinging to a sign as firefighters in high-wheel vehicles tried to reach her, but the racing water was too much. She was swept away as well. Deputy Commissioner at the State Division of Emergency Management and Homeland Security described how the rain produced historic, unprecedented flooding. Dangerous flooding in New England. People had to be rescued from homes and cars. We're talking about rainfall in some areas like the 1 in 1,000-year level. Meaning it was so intense that on average, this would only happen every 1,000 years. A flash flood emergency was issued Sunday, then later downgraded to a flood warning in the cities of Waterbury, Danbury, and the town of Fairfield. First responders rescuing 19 people and a dog Sunday night from an Oxford restaurant and nearby apartment. According to the Beacon Falls Emergency Management Director, the Brookside Inn was surrounded by rushing water with about 18 people inside. Now, he said we were concerned the restaurant was compromised and might get washed away. We had a very short window of time to get them over there, set up a ladder truck, and extend our ladder 100 feet to rescue them. Responders also rescued an older woman and her dog from the apartment connected to that property. No one injured there. We will continue helping towns with resources they need to respond and keep the public safe, according to the governor. Southwestern Connecticut saw 6 to 10 inches of rain in a 6 to 9 hour period there on Sunday afternoon and evening. Incredible downpours. The National Weather Service in New York said Monroe, Connecticut received 9.98 inches of rain, a 1 in 200 year event for that city. Additional rain fell in parts of the Northeast this past afternoon. Parts of Connecticut, Massachusetts, Vermont, New Hampshire, and New York, where they picked up another couple of inches of rain in some areas. At this point in time, all I'm seeing is some spotty shower activity on up into northern portions of New England, but the heavy rains have ended there. In Connecticut and Massachusetts, they still have flood warnings in place for parts of southern New Jersey and down into Delaware. Emergency management said ongoing water rescues, numerous road closures and bridges, as well as swollen rivers taking place in Fairfield County, in northern New Haven County. Now, I saw that there were, numerous road closures revolving around that. We'll pull the latest on that up for you here just ahead. But, that's the weather pattern that sets in on into Monday night here. There were still concerns about some additional heavy rains there in parts of the east. That's a slow-moving storm in the trailing front. Tapping into the warm, moist air from near the Appalachians to the Atlantic coast. Slow-moving thunderstorms, as we just mentioned, unloaded 6 to 10 inches of rain in less than 24 hours. But metro areas like New York City, Hartford, Connecticut, Philadelphia, on down to D.C., Richmond, Virginia, all saw some of those potent thunderstorms on into the Monday afternoon and evening hours. Areas that sustained some infrastructure damage to drainage systems and some of the already damaged roadways from Debbie's deluge just the weekend before were some of the most vulnerable areas to see quick runoff from the downpours throughout this past evening. The main reason the Northeast did not experience widespread major river flooding from Debbie was that the intense rain fell in a narrow zone that affected mainly rural communities in the Appalachians rather than widespread heavy rain over the entire watershed of the larger rivers. Further south, Debbie was not so kind, as we know, to the Carolinas and part of Georgia, as they were swamped over a broad area encompassing many major river systems. Rivers in the lowlands continue to run at moderate to high floodwater levels right now, and some were not forecast to even crest until early this week, like as we speak. By later in the day today, Tuesday, much of the Northeast will begin drying out. That's been the scene the last few days. Forecasters say there may be a few stubborn showers in parts of New England and along the mid-Atlantic coast, but a building zone of high pressure tracking eastward from the Great Lakes will be bringing those drier conditions and, cooler conditions into that part of the country. Meanwhile, the heat continues in the deep south-central USA, including the heart of Texas, where we have, again, excessive heat warnings for the coming day and heat advisories through much of central and eastern portions of Texas. We have a report that looks like the power grid in the state of Texas is going to see a major test in the coming days there in Texas, as they have on many occasions here on a hot summer of 2024. All right, let's move over, see who's on board. Stacy checks in out of the box. Happy Tuesday. 73 with clear skies in north central Kansas tonight. Said looks like we might get a little rain about 1 a.m. Doesn't look like much, but we'll take what we can get. Everybody have a safe, wonderful night out there. Yeah, Larry, I was just thinking about you when we were talking about the flooding there in the Northeast. I know you do some deliveries and pickups there in parts of Connecticut pretty regularly. So I was concerned you might have got caught up in some of that flooding. Looks like Larry's okay. Good afternoon. Hammer down, 72 Platkill, New York tonight, round number 1 to Schenectady. The coffee cup is full, and it's time to ride. There's Norman checking in, north central Kansas, 73 degrees. The moon is out. The tipper's loaded. We're headed south to Wichita once again. Everybody have a good morning. Shorty starts off the week. I-95 southbound Brunswick, Georgia. 79 at this hour. It's Orlando turnaround number 1. Yeah, the big moon shining tonight. Well, today's the day I find the results, get the results of the prostate biopsy. Let's everybody keep our fingers crossed that he has positive results later today. Brain Dead, good morning. Happy Fridays. I hope you had a good weekend. Clear, 70 degrees at the West Memphis International Airport Chrome Shop Auto Repair and Chinese Buffet. Currently getting ready to leave the house in a few to be at the warehouse at 1 for a 2-stop run tonight to Jackson, Mississippi. I did send you a story about a UPS delivery driver that passed out behind the wheel. Glad to see he's okay, but just a reminder, please leave some water or some Gatorade for those delivery people or your trash guys, for those especially in places like Texas where they're still dealing with the heat. And please ask that dingbat person, why is the Florida mascot a gator? Well, it was the only thing ugly enough. I'll check in later in the morning. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. The midnight hour, Pappy joins us. Joe Biden spewing more untruths in one speech than he has in 3.5 years. Disgraceful to himself and our country. We are 62 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. It's 844-844-3388. The digits to hit. Don't be a scarecrow. Be a part of the show. So here we go. Time to snuggle up to whomever, whatever. Kick back and relax. Or you can be like Big Ed. You can't find them, grind them. Are you with me? Brett says, good morning from the Mile High City. All my insomniac friends across the country. Had a great long weekend doing some hiking in the mountains, seeing some old friends. Now it's back to the old grind. This week we also have to deal with the idiots at the DNC. I think Kamala will ruin this country, even worse than Biden if she gets elected. Get out there and vote, everybody. Hope everybody stays safe. Jerry says, good morning. How does someone like me find our hotshot secret code for first-time caller? Sorry, but I'm having trouble finding it. All right, Jerry, it would come to you in a text message on your smartphone. And I don't know, do smartphones have like a junk box sometimes? I know emails do, but I think your smartphone, it should be there. Because you had requested that several weeks ago, and I'm sure I put it back in for them. And I got an email confirming from Justin that they had sent that out. I think I had you, Moonrunner, and somebody else. Sasquatch, you had called last week. I have your phone number sitting before me here. I've got to get that into Justin for your code, Sasquatch. My apologies. Hello to Roy. Good evening. Good morning. Drop into a cool 56 degrees by sunrise. Only a high in the mid-70s. No rain for our Tuesday here in Northwest Illinois.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
In many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regenerations. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, Powerstroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, I found the breakdown, more info about Connecticut, where some of the local news outlets have reported more than 20 road closures as of Monday morning. Flooding along with rock slides, downed trees in some cases. To which Governor Ned Lamont said this was a historic storm in some areas of the state. If you live in the western portion, he was urging folks to stay home, to wait until the flooding receded this past day. Yeah, a good number of roads in the western portion of the state and expected to remain closed for an extended period, as he put it. He added the Connecticut Emergency Operations Center will remain in enhanced monitoring mode. First Light Energy also issued a statement regarding Stevenson Dam in western Connecticut, saying the structure was not in danger of failing. State Route 1 in Delaware, near the Indian River Inlet Bridge, was also completely or partially closed due to flooding. There were coastal flood advisories for Delaware beaches, as well as nearby areas of New Jersey that are in effect through Tuesday morning. Now, the coastal areas are still dealing with some of the battering wave action from Ernesto that passed by that region several hundred miles offshore about 24 hours ago. Jeffrey checks in from Florida. Good morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. We're ready for another fabulous show here. Hello to Miss Millie. Hi, Steve. Miss Millie saying, take good care, be safe to all, and be blessed. Gilligan, driving in the bright moonlight at the airport, Roanoke, Virginia tonight. It's a pleasant 70 degrees. Everybody keep it shiny side up. All right, Paul says, everybody stay steady as she goes. Okay. Hello to the Michigan Madman. There's Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. 70 degrees in a top-secret location tonight. In the United States, no major report tonight, but everybody will be okay. Special one-night-only shout-out to Norman in north-central Kansas from an unknown location. On out to the West Coast, Santa Claus, top of the morning, Steve, 82 here in Sacramento tonight. Just finished up our latest road trip down the 101, Oregon coast, and the Redwood Highway. Good news, I-80 Donner Summit is reopened after a Tesla big rig burnt to the ground this past day. 80 was shut down for over 16 hours. Yes, Santa Claus, thank you very much. That was, here we go, the major closure Monday morning on I-80 in the Sierra Nevada. It was a Tesla semi-truck caught fire. We've been talking for several years about the Tesla automobiles with much smaller battery compartments, how difficult those fires are to put out. We've all been kind of alluding to as we push to electrify more of the big trucks out there. What happens when they start catching fire? This crash reported about 3:15 a.m. Monday morning near Emigrant Gap. According to the Highway Patrol, the Tesla semi traveling on eastbound I-80 when it went off the interstate, crashing into a wooded area, catching fire following the crash. It wasn't clear at the time what caused the crash, but KCRA reports I-80 was closed in both directions for a half mile from the crash site due to concerns about the inhalation danger being caused by the toxic fumes coming from the burning batteries in the Tesla semi. According to the Highway Patrol at the time in Gold Run, all the big rigs were being turned westbound at the Nevada state line and eastbound at Applegate. But 16 hours of a traffic mess there. And Buckeye Boy, I was wondering the same thing. He said, I wonder how many gallons of water they pumped on that to put that beast out. I mean, it took 50,000 gallons just to put out an electric car fire. You are correct. All right, it is 844-844-3388. Rolling into a brand new day. Lots to cover on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Kate Fisher. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is in Israel pushing for a peace deal with Hamas. He says that this is the best and possibly last opportunity, but distance remains between the two sides. Caroline Malone reports from Washington.
Blinken held a positive meeting with Israeli President Isaac Herzog and 3 hours of talks with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. But real challenges remain to reach a ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas. Israel want the end of Hamas. Hamas wants a permanent, not temporary ceasefire. This is amid concern over a retaliatory attack by Iran for the killing of a Hamas leader in Tehran, presumed to be by Israel, and continued violence on the border between Israel and Lebanon-based Hezbollah. Caroline Malone, Washington.
The US Republican Party's released a new report in which it claims President Joe Biden's engaged in what it calls impeachable conduct. Despite that, Congress is unlikely to hold an impeachment vote without enough support for it to succeed in the House. Our US correspondent Mitch McCann reports.
Republicans have been investigating Joe Biden's conduct and business dealings from almost the moment the party took back control of the House in January 2023. With the Democratic National Convention taking place in Chicago, it released a 291-page report detailing its findings, where it alleged that Joe Biden engaged in impeachable conduct. In it, Republicans make sweeping claims that when Biden was vice president, he was involved in corruption that allowed his family to profit from his office. The alleged crimes involve business dealings with his son, Hunter Biden. Despite the serious allegations, US media reports that the report has no evidence or proof that Biden engaged in any dodgy dealings. Joe Biden is unlikely to face an impeachment vote as the Republican Party lacks the dozens more votes it needs to be successful. Mitch McCann, New York.
US Vice President Kamala Harris will be officially confirmed as the Democrats' presidential nominee this week at the party's convention in Chicago. She'll be selling her message to voters just weeks after Joe Biden dropped his presidential bid. Simon Marks reports from Chicago.
It's going to be a problematic few days for Kamala Harris because she's got to do two things. On the one hand, she's got to pay fulsome tribute to Joe Biden, as she's been doing for the last 3 weeks. But then, once that's out of the way, she's also got to make it clear that she sees herself now as the Democratic Party leader. She's got essentially to introduce herself still to many members of the country, of the electorate who have been on holiday over the last couple of weeks, who may not have been as excited by every twist and turn in her journey as those people back in Washington who obsess about politics have been. So this is a massive opportunity for Kamala Harris.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383 to apply today.
Hello to Rubber Duck. Thank you for the update. He said that in regards to that Tesla semi-truck fire, he said they refused to fight the fire. They stood back and watched. They actually admitted that on TV. Anyway, home sweet home tonight. Moon looks cool. Going back to bed. Got a nice long ride for the day ahead. It's off to Lansing, then Detroit, then back home for football practice. Then I'll work my way to Minneapolis. All right, be safe, guys and gals. Thank you again, Rubber Duck. Hello to Mr. Q, Mr. Quigley. A long time no talk. Haven't heard from you in a while. I'm assuming you're probably doing the daytime driving thing. But hello from Mr. Quigley. Buckeye Boy checking in from Ackworth, Georgia. 74 tonight. Woke up yesterday morning. Wildcat telling me our male Wime was sick. Vomiting foam, very weak. Took him to the vet. And they said he had a form of pneumonia in one lung. After they did x-rays and blood work, they gave him an IV, some antibiotics, fluid, kept him a few hours. When we picked him up, he had more energy. They gave us a bunch of other meds. Ended up costing over $1,200. Wow. We're starting to get busy, which is a good thing, and it should carry through for a couple months with what I already have scheduled. Oh, pool update. Pool still leaking. We think we found the issue. It looks to be the trim around the stairs that were sealed improperly. Guy should be here Saturday to fix it, once again. But I've got to drain the pool down below the stairs, so another 12,000 gallons of water wasted. Then we'll have to refill it for, maybe 3 more weeks of use? It is getting closer to the end of the season, right? I'm thinking my pool water's got to be, with some of these overnight lows this week, it's going to be dropping like a brick. Anyway, what are your thoughts on the Democrats having a portable abortion center at their convention there? disgusting human beings promoting reproductive health when they're celebrating the end of the reproductive process. Kind of boggles the mind, doesn't it? Have a great night, everybody. Be careful out there. Somebody had posted last evening on the chat there, asking who's going to get a vasectomy at the DNC this week. And I didn't understand what that meant. I thought it was maybe a joke or something. Then I come across this past day. No, exactly what Buckeye Boy was talking about. Democrat National Convention attendees will receive complimentary vasectomies and abortions. Mere blocks from the Chicago event yesterday, Monday, and today, Tuesday. Planned Parenthood at Great Rivers, which covers parts of Missouri and Illinois, has stationed their mobile health clinic near the DNC. Medication abortions are available both days. Vasectomies were limited to Monday. Now, they did say the vasectomies were in high demand, and new patients were just joining a wait list. Services provided on a sliding fee scale. Pay what you can and get the health care you need, according to the vasectomy sign-up sheet. Now, they did say this past day, at present, medication abortion patients are not on a wait list. Vice President, Democrat nominee Kamala Harris has strongly backed abortion rights. On the 51st anniversary of Roe v. Wade, Harris kicked off a nationwide pro-abortion tour. Harris also references abortion as one of this country's fundamental freedoms. But that is okay. Vasectomies, abortions at the DNC. Why not? There's Jacob. Hello, Mr. Summers, and the overnight drive, 65 degrees in Kingsport, Tennessee tonight. All right, for those who maybe just start their week on a Monday into Tuesday morning, closing out your weekend, hope you had a good weekend. On our Monday morning program, we had referenced the potential of a major rail strike for our friends north of the border, which may impact dramatic cross-border trade. Let me give you the update from this past day. The Teamsters Canada Rail Conference Sunday served a 72-hour strike notice to Canadian Pacific Kansas City, saying the union will walk out at 12:01 a.m. Thursday morning. A mere 48 hours or so from now. All right, this is Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday morning. Okay. Canadian National Railway, meanwhile, announced they had delivered a 72-hour lockout notice following up on plans they had announced August 9. Now, CPKC has also said that they would institute a lockout on August 22nd. The 72-hour notifications are required under Canadian law. So you really can't help but begin to wonder. We've had numerous potential major strike actions here in the USA over the past year and a half that were, I think for the most part, nearly all were averted with last-minute, 12th-hour deals. That may not be the case. The TCRC said that they were issuing the strike notice after CPKC served notice that they would lock out union members and change the terms of the collective agreements. We do not take this decision lightly, but CPKC's reckless actions have forced our hand, according to the TCRC president, Paul Boucher. By unilaterally locking out our members and changing the terms of the collective agreements, they are stripping our members of essential protections. We're serving strike notice to defend the rights and the safety of our members. Now, the union said the unilateral changing or canceling of an expired agreement is a lesser-known tactic that can force workers to strike while allowing a company to avoid blame for the resulting disruptions. The union contends CPKC is seeking contract concessions that would make it harder for employees to predict when they could be called to work, creating a fatigue safety-related risk that the railroad is attempting to undermine provisions of the Canada Labor Code and that it seeks to change work rules related to workers being held away from home. CPKC, in a statement Sunday, said Bowsher is grossly misrepresenting the truth. The only contract we're negotiating at this time is a status quo agreement. No work rule changes with fair wage increases. It's very disappointing at this crucial time that the TCRC leadership insists on embellishing the truth rather than negotiating in good faith. This doesn't sound like they're anywhere close to a deal, does it? In the most recent labor update Friday, the railroad said its current offer fully complies with the new regulatory requirements for rest and does not in any way compromise safety. It also said that the offer includes competitive wage increases that are consistent with recent settlements with other railway unions. All right, a strike by CPKC controllers will also affect commuter rail operations in Vancouver, British Columbia, as well as Toronto and Montreal, which rely on CPKC dispatching. Now, Canadian Northern said in their formal lockout notice, it is also effective 12:01 a.m. on Thursday. A railroad press release said the move after no meaningful progress in weekend negotiations and that the parties remain very far apart. The railroad said they'll continue their phased and progressive shutdown of the network, which is underway, and issue some additional embargoes on Monday. They're pretty much pulling any sort of hazardous material, that they're stopping any shipments from getting on the rails because they don't want them to be stuck out there in the middle of nowhere when the time comes of a possible strike or lockout. Now, the railroad said the TCRC turned down offers made in January, April, and May. The first two were under what the railroad called a modernized agreement, meaning a focus on hourly pay rather than the current structure, while the May offer was within the framework of the existing collective bargaining agreement. Now, they're trying to say they offered included improved wages, predictable days off. They also sought binding arbitration to settle the contract. That was turned down by the union and by the Canadian Labor Minister when the railroad asked him to impose arbitration. Lastly, the TCRC president responded to the notification by saying the railroad is demanding concessions that would drag working conditions back to another era. The union claimed the company's demanding to extend work days in provinces west of Ontario. That would create a fatigue-related safety risk, and they want to impose a forced relocation policy. The biggest sticking points are company demands, not union proposals, he says. If a work stoppage occurs, blame will rest squarely on Canadian Northern. There's tons and tons of freight those rails move on a daily basis. Now, they do say the trucking industry may be called in to help out, but there's nowhere near the capacity for trucks to move all the freight that the rails otherwise would move. The big question is, if it lasts, if the walkout or a strike or a lockout were to last maybe a couple of days, things should be able to get back on track in fairly quick order. If this thing were to occur and go on for several weeks, we could begin seeing major implications with cross-border freight. So we'll have to pay close attention. All right, it's 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and Auto Stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
We'll get your calls coming up here. If you'd like to jump on board, plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. I had the industry headline, CDL Life, this past day, kind of sharing a story about the popular convenience chain known as Quick Trip, which is earning praise from the trucking community by taking direct aim at the rival Buc-ee's for their anti-trucker company policies. While Buc-ee's has developed a cult following for their clean restrooms and snack options, it is well known in the trucking community that their stores do not allow truck parking and they are not considered trucker friendly. That's why so many truckers were pleased to see Quick Trip take to social media to shade the company for excluding them for the admittedly kind of awesome Buc-ee's experience. In a post on August 16 here, a few days ago, the social media post, Quick Trip shared a photograph with a no trucks sign and the iconic Buc-ee's beaver logo in the background, along with the caption that reads, "We don't do that here, Buc-ee's." Quick Trip also shared an image of someone holding a Yes Trucks sign on their store property. That social media post garnering thousands of reactions, hundreds of comments from truckers who appreciate the support. A couple of those on behalf of all truck drivers. Quick Trip /Quickstar, we thank you. You guys set the standard when it comes to cleanliness of truck stops. Thank you for providing great facilities for us commercial drivers, says one trucker. Another says, female trucker here. I really appreciate Quick Trip's clean truck stops. They're well lit, clean, and feel safe and welcoming. Now, I thought it was Big Ed chimed in. He had shared the link to that particular story and gave his own 2 cents worth, as so often is the case. He says, let's face it, truck drivers are notorious for being slop hogs. Not all, but the few who are have no respect for themselves or others on their property. So if Buc-ee's doesn't want truck drivers on their premises, it's their right as a business. With truck drivers come pee jugs, trash, poop bags, drugs, prostitutes, running over curbs, tire tracks in the shrubbery, illegal parking at night. Unfortunately, that is the truth. Do I do these things? No. But hell no, he says. Unfortunately, I still hold on the old standard. If it's black, it's black. If it's white, it's white. In other words, some people stink up our society. Yeah, truck drivers, not all, fit the bill. If you don't agree, well, park yourself at a Love's that's been open for 2 years. Look around, then prove me wrong. Love's provides clean facilities. It doesn't take truck drivers long to trash it up. As is Quick Trip in Wisconsin, a great facility. Yeah, they have everything a Buc-ee's has, and then some. That is my take on the Buc-ee's situation. Is it about trashing things up? Hello, Horse Feathers. What do you think? Have you ever been to a Buc-ee's at this point?
Nope.
Nor have I.
They don't venture that far north.
Okay.
As far as I know. Trying to figure out where the heck I'm at. Can't be somewhere around here. I don't know. They got some big wreck going on US 13 here in Delaware, right where 301 and not US 1. It's Delaware 1 and US 301 and US 13 all kind of come together on the south side of the Chesapeake Canal. So they got the whole southbound 13 closed and got us kind of rerouted, and I'm off on 2-lane roads that say no vehicles over 2 axles. So I guess we'll just pretend. They sent me this way. So here I am. Anyways, hey, so I think I got on your page. I don't know. Other people seem to like it, and I didn't see it to see that it happened. But I put up a couple things there about canine events. There's going to be one going on in New Jersey, and then there's one going on in York, Pennsylvania. There, I think the one in York, Pennsylvania, is a spaghetti dinner. So if you're interested in a spaghetti dinner, then that would work for you. But anyways, I don't know what else we got going here. Guess that was the major thing. The little bit about Connecticut there. I think that's right there where the Connecticut River comes down through Waterbury, down through Danbury, and that. There's a lot of hilly terrain there and a lot of streams and everything. So it doesn't take much for water to get channeled up into one little section and create a pretty good downflow of water downstream. It's kind of like what we were talking about, the washes and the things out west there, where where you get your sudden storm upstream a little bit, and even though there was no rain by you get a pretty good gully washer come washing right down through there. So anyways, so I don't know what else do we have going on. Not a whole lot that I know of. Kind of had some patchy rain here in this area that ended up had rain there in the Philadelphia area there, so getting loaded. We had some rain shower there, but got down to Delaware and it was pretty well slowed down. So anyways.
So
other than that,
you guys didn't get the flooding rains like they got in Connecticut, though, right? I mean, 6 to 10 inches.
No, we never had any of that real heavy stuff. So we made out pretty good that way there. So, but no, other than that, things are kind of rolling along here. I guess we're into a Tuesday now, so. So anyways,
won't be long. We'll be saying, you know what the magic words will be in 24 hours from now. I mean,
right.
Yep.
So, hey, so here's one thing though. I heard you talk about that report from Santa Claus there, and I guess what you said, Rubber Duck said that they didn't do
anything. They just stood
to,
back and let it burn all day.
Which is the safe thing to do, because you don't know what they're going to do, and if those lithium-ion batteries decide to explode or something, they can cause a pretty major problem. So anyways, that was probably the safest thing to do. But those electric trucks, they're green, aren't they? they're very green for the environment.
Yes, you're correct.
Yeah.
Clean
16
and
hours,
green. Yes.
16 hours of smoke. Now, didn't Elon Musk? I hate to really pick on the poor guy, but didn't Elon Musk say that? I think it was a video that you might have even posted that those trucks weren't supposed to have any problems for 1 million miles. Was that a video that you had posted up on yours, or was that over on the...
That does seem to ring a bell, yes.
Yeah. There's no problems with them for 1 million miles. They'll be perfectly fine. Not that one apparently. I guess that doesn't include going off into the bushes there with them. So, but yeah, so they were probably well advised not to do anything with it. And I don't. The thing is that even if they got the fire put out, you don't know what the
they just come back and reignite hours and sometimes days later.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Kate Fisher. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is in Israel pushing for a peace deal with Hamas. He says that this is the best and possibly last opportunity, but distance remains between the two sides. Caroline Malone reports from Washington.
Blinken held a positive meeting with Israeli President Isaac Herzog and 3 hours of talks with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. But real challenges remain to reach a ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas. Israel wants the end of Hamas. Hamas wants a permanent, not temporary ceasefire. This is amid concern over a retaliatory attack by Iran for the killing of a Hamas leader in Tehran, presumed to be by Israel, and continued violence on the border between Israel and Lebanon-based Hezbollah. Caroline Malone, Washington.
The US Republican Party's released a new report in which it claims President Joe Biden's engaged in what it calls impeachable conduct. Despite that, Congress is unlikely to hold an impeachment vote without enough support for it to succeed in the House. Our US correspondent Mitch McCann reports.
Republicans have been investigating Joe Biden's conduct and business dealings from almost the moment the party took back control of the House in January 2023. With a Democratic National Convention taking place in Chicago, it released a 291-page report detailing its findings, where it alleged that Joe Biden engaged in impeachable conduct. In it, Republicans make sweeping claims that when Biden was vice president, he was involved in corruption that allowed his family to profit from his office. The alleged crimes involve business dealings with his son, Hunter Biden. Despite the serious allegations, US media reports that the report has no evidence or proof that Biden engaged in any dodgy dealings. Joe Biden is unlikely to face an impeachment vote as the Republican Party lacks the dozens more votes it needs to be successful. Mitch McCann, New York.
US Vice President Kamala Harris will be officially confirmed as the Democrats' presidential nominee this week at the party's convention in Chicago. She'll be selling her message to voters just weeks after Joe Biden dropped his presidential bid. Simon Marks reports from Chicago.
It's going to be a problematic few days for Kamala Harris because she's got to do two things. On the one hand, she's got to pay fulsome tribute to Joe Biden, as she's been doing for the last 3 weeks. But then, once that's out of the way, she's also got to make it clear that she sees herself now as the Democratic Party leader. She's got essentially to introduce herself still to many members of the country, of the electorate who have been on holiday over the last couple of weeks, who may not have been as excited by every twist and turn in her journey as those people back in Washington who obsess about politics have been. So this is a massive opportunity for Kamala Harris.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks, looking today at Tyche, the first ever military satellite launched by the UK that can capture daytime images and videos of the Earth's surface. Tyche blasted into orbit on Friday from a Vulcan 9 rocket owned by SpaceX, launched from Vandenberg in California. It's aimed at strengthening intelligence-gathering surveillance capacities for the UK's Ministry of Defence. But Julia Baum at the Freeman Air and Space Institute at King's College London says it will be able to do far more than that once it's fully deployed.
Tyche is an intelligence, surveillance and reconnaissance satellite, and it's important because it sort of paints this picture of a battlefield. Gathering intelligence has always been central to military strategy, because having this clear picture of an area where you're operating in allows you to be accurate, to monitor and to anticipate new developments. So, it's quite helpful in terms of not only a military capability and capacity, but also it helps us monitor the environment, it helps with disaster monitoring, it helps map information and gather information on climate change. So, it really helps the UK in a lot of ways, and it's quite an exciting time to see the first concept demonstrator launched.
Tyche can do all of that while being the size of a domestic washing machine. It weighs just 150 kilos, has an expected lifespan of around 5 years, and its first signals were received just hours after it lifted off to begin its journey into low Earth orbit. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
Our main news again. US Secretary of State Antony Blinken's in Israel pushing for a peace deal with Hamas, his 9th visit to the region since the war began. The US Republican Party's released a new report in which it claims President Joe Biden's engaged in what it calls impeachable conduct. And US Vice President Kamala Harris will be officially confirmed as the Democrats' presidential nominee this week at the party's convention in Chicago. And that's the latest feature story news. Kate Fisher reporting.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Thank you so much, and welcome back. Welcome aboard. Closing out a Monday. Trust your week's off to a good start here. Give us some of our other listening friends checking in. I did mention While much of the northern tier of the country, a big-time cool down, almost a taste of early fall, late September-like temperatures for some. It's summertime. The dog days of summer continue in Texas. According to Bloomberg this past day, Texas is facing its biggest test of the summer this week to keep the power on and the air conditioners running. As temperatures hit triple digits, pushing electric consumption to all-time highs. Power use on the grid was expected to reach 86 gigawatts by 5 p.m. on Monday, then test that level again here Tuesday afternoon, according to the grid operator. The previous record of 85.5 gigawatts was set just a year ago in the month of August. Portions of Texas facing dangerous heat. Dallas-Fort Worth International Airport forecast to be 110 degrees. Now, for context, 1 gigawatt can power about 200,000 homes in the state, they say. Extreme weather conditions have caused the Texas grid to falter, causing widespread outages and sending energy costs soaring during that winter storm. As we recall, in 2021, where more than 200 people died. The Electric Reliability Council of Texas, operator of the grid, warned of potential top-tight operating conditions through the heat wave. They say they expect to have enough supplies to meet needs. Power prices topped $500 a megawatt hour for 7 to 8 p.m. local time in the day-ahead market, the highest hourly price in 2 weeks' time. So far this summer, the grid has been operating pretty smoothly. Significantly higher solar power has been contributing to meeting the afternoon peak demand, while batteries have kicked in when the sun goes down. While it's been hot in Texas, it's not been the same intense blazing heat that drove power use to all-time highs 21 times in the past 2 summers. Are you with me?
Boy, I am with you. Man, I'll tell you one thing. It's been hot here in Oklahoma. Man, I have hibernated under my air conditioner. And, I went from a $35 electric bill to $178 last month. And I'm scared to death to get the next one. If I get by with a $300 bill, I'll be happy.
Wow.
But man, the heat around here, it'll be like 106, 107. The heat index, 117. I was outside one day, just wasn't even maybe 5 minutes, and I felt like that sun was just cooking right through my shirt. Ooh, and I'm talking about hot. But it gets so hot, my air conditioner, the condenser gets hot, so I have to run my water hose on a mist. I got a mist sprayer just to keep that air conditioner cool. Or if I don't, it'll get so hot it'll shut down.
Really? Wow.
Yeah, so. But it does its job, and I've got a big old cur dog. It belongs to my nephew. She's an older dog. She's got arthritis, and the problem is we've got a bad tick infestation around here. And, man, I probably pulled 20 ticks off of her, even though she's not my damn dog, but she adopted me, so to speak. And I won't let her come in the house, my garage. And but what I do is 3 times a day during the heat, and she found her little spot out here outside my garage. That's her cool spot, and that's where she sits. I'll go out, and she loves water. And I'll wash her down good with cold water for about 10 minutes and get her all good and wet, and she's happy. And then I've got a liberal nephew that says, come over and said, you need to let her in there under the air conditioner. I said, no, number one, she's not my dog. Number two, she has ticks on her. And I've already spent $200 and some just for tick control. And I said, I'm not going to let her come in there in my garage, my living quarters with ticks on her. And I said, if you love her so damn much, I said, how about I bring her to your house and let her get in your bed and sleep? Well, then he changed his attitude then.
Yeah.
But let's talk about this Buc-ee's thing, Steve.
Yeah.
Oh, right quick, did you get to watch any of the DNC?
I did not.
Cry Fest
I did not.
Oh, man, about 2 minutes of Donkey OC, I had to turn that off. Then about 2 minutes of the great Hillary, I had to turn that off. But I got to tell you, Joe Biden's daughter, I really, really enjoyed her speech. And really, I thought Joe Biden did a good job, too, other than the fact that I just feel like he would have been a good president if he hadn't bowed down to the left liberals. He might have been more of a centrist as far as his Democratic policy, That's my opinion. Am I saying he did a good job? No. Am I saying he did a horrible job? No. I'm saying he did a bad job. He let other people influence him. I think he would have made a good president if he just was able to withstand the pressure you got to know that he was getting from the left. I mean, they did nothing but a love fest on that night, and it was sickening to watch. But let's talk about Buc-ee's. And here's the thing, Steve. We in the truck driving community can't even police our own selves. I mean, how many times have you, which I know you haven't seen it, but people, you be out there, you see these people that's got 2 or sometimes I've seen even 3 big old nasty dogs in their truck. I had to go reclaim a truck. A lady had a big old Australian Shepherd in there. The truck was trashed. It stunk like hell. Dog poop in the truck, Steve.
Yep.
And you see these people with they get out of these trucks, and I've seen them come into Love's, just like I was speaking. Dog hair all over them, stinking to high heaven like an unwashed animal. And I've seen them bring their dogs in there. I've seen them take their dogs into the showers, Steve, to give them a bath in the shower.
Really?
And then you yes, sir, guarantee it. And then you wonder why the employees of Love's got sick of cleaning the showers, and they Love's probably, like everybody else, have a high turnover rate because the people working there get tired of having to provide a service for filthy people. And then these same filthy people are the ones that's crying because Buc-ee's don't want them around.
Mm.
Well, I take my hats off to Buc-ee's. Buc-ee's don't provide any damn more, in my opinion, than what the Quick Trip that they was talking about in that article. Have you ever been to one of them Quick Trips up there in Wisconsin?
I've not been to a Quick Trip. I've not been to a Buc-ee's. Neither one.
Well, I've been to a Buc-ee's one time, and that was in my personal vehicle. I wasn't no more impressed with that than, a Petro or a good clean Flying J. It's just, they provide good service. Well, Buc-ee's provides good service for the motoring public, the general public, not the trucking community, but the general public. And their service for the general public is probably second to no one, the way people go crazy about Buc-ee's. But like I say, I went there one time. I'm not going to knock them, but I wasn't overly impressed. There's a few truck stops there along I-20 corridor between Dallas and Shreveport. Outstanding service. You go in there and get barbecue. You get on there and get whatever you want. I think they call them Texas Roadhouses or something like that. But the Quick Trips in Wisconsin, some parts of northern Illinois, they're an outstanding truck stop. And you can get all the goods you want in those truck stops there that you can at Buc-ee's. Probably get a little more for your dollar there at the Quick Trips. But for these guys to sit there and say, well, I'm just not going to Buc-ee's because they won't let truck drivers come in there. Well, who in the heck blames them, man? I don't blame them. Not when you have to deal with the issues I just talked about. And then number two, they get their animals out there and let them crap in the parking lot, and then they don't pick up after them. I don't know how many piles of dog crap I've walked around. I'm not knocking people that want to carry animals in their trucks. That's fine, but you're filthy. A lot of them, more than not, it takes them few bad apples to run it for the rest of us. I stopped at a Petro in Richmond, Indiana. Got up the next morning, 2 big old bags of trash sitting right out there in the parking lot, Steve.
Yeah.
Not one person stopped and picked that trash up. Now, who in the hell wants that in there? They're at their business. So these people want to get on there and bash Buc-ee's because, they won't let truck drivers come. Well, guess what, you pigs? I wouldn't want you in my facility either. And that's what they are, Steve. They're just slop hogs. Not all.
Exactly.
Not all of us are like that, or not, I'll take myself off that list. I know a lot of drivers that aren't like that. But these slop hogs make it bad for the rest of us. And we're supposed to sit around and kiss your ass? Well, how about you go and get in the bath first before you ask me to kiss your damned ass? Because, sorry, you people are the ones that's making it rough on everybody because they can't go to Quick Trip. And you're out there, and some of you probably listening to me. And I challenge them. It's like I said, go to a Love's. You give them 2 years. Love's does a good job of building good facilities. No, they don't have sit-down restaurants. But they provide enough amenities that you can get by. But you give them 2 years and the truck drivers will have it trashed up. Guarantee you. Or they'll, like I say, if Quick or Buc-ee's would allow truck drivers to go in there, it wouldn't be long somebody comes strolling in there with their dang dog. That's why they don't want you in there.
Right.
Figure it out. And then number two, when I was out there, I tried to shower every day. Every now and then I had to go 2 days. But by golly, I didn't sit around and, if I went 2 days without a shower, I at least sponged off. And I'd at least tried to put on clean clothes. Now, every day I changed my clothing. A day didn't go by. I had on a fresh set of clothes. And I would use cologne. But by that second evening, if I missed my shower, I was going to get a shower. The first thing I did was get a shower. But I always tried to be clean about myself. I didn't go in the truck shop stinking. I didn't go in there with dog hair or cat hair all over me. And I'd always tried to shave at least every other day. So I'm sorry, that's the truth. That's the way our industry's gone. So sometimes I wonder if the trucking industry ain't saturated with a bunch of crybaby liberals, Steve. Because if you know what I'm talking about, people that can't face the reality of the situation. You drivers out there, and the sorry horse feathers, your answer to Steve stunk to high heaven. You should have told him the truth. Y'all, there's bad truck drivers out here. And if I just upset you, so be it. But there are bad truck drivers out here. Don't blame Buc-ee's. Blame yourselves. And that's just the way I see it. And so, other than that, I'm enjoying life. Waiting for next spring so I can get back out there.
Okay. Well,
I hope I didn't upset nobody.
I can't help but wonder. I mean, because when you go into, I don't care, the Walmart parking lot, the Target, whatever, choose your look. And there's a lot of people in four-wheelers that throw trash out too, though.
Yeah, you're right. I will give you that. But unfortunately, the truck drivers get the blame for it. If they see trash out there and they see 5 big trucks parked out there, guess who they're going to blame? They're going to blame that truck driver. But you're right. You're absolutely right. They do. But that don't mean that we should be allowed to go in there because we don't police ourselves. All right, let's say you do pull into a Walmart, you see general public individual throwing a sack of trash out. Well, walk your large ass over there and pick it up. Go deposit it. I've picked up trash out of parking lots before. At least make yourself look good. I don't know. That's my opinion, Steve.
Okay. Well, we'll get some feedback, Big Ed. I bet we will. All right?
Well, I hope they do. Seriously. But if I'm going to tell you this, if they call in and say I'm wrong, ask them if they're a liberal. All right.
Okay. Thank you, Big Ed. Have a good morning. Are you with me? We'll be right back.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call 888-TAX-4TRK to start paying less tax today. Attention, owner-operators and small fleets. Don't take chances with your future. Trust the trucking experts at 10-4 Truck Insurance for your insurance needs. Enjoy peace of mind knowing your livelihood is in safe hands. Protect your rig and your sanity. Give 10-4 Truck Insurance a call at 866-666-6856 or cruise over to 104ins.com.
All right, feel free to chime in. That's what we're here for. It's 844-844-3388. Hello to Wheelchair Dave. He kind of chimed in regards to the passing of Scott Bloomquist. To which he says, thank you, Scott Bloomquist, for giving the racing world 40 years of your dirt track talent. And I haven't come across any official news items. I don't know if you've got anything. Maybe feel free to share it with me. That's Michigan Madman last evening kind of alluded to. He felt as though it might have been an intentional act. I haven't been able to find anything alluding to or confirming that. Everything I'm seeing says it was a horrific accident. But yes, Dave, Scott Bloomquist provided the cars and the engines for my driver, Dale McDowell, there in Chickamauga, Georgia. Yeah, Bloomquist provided he built cars and engines for a number of racing teams out there. Had a bunch of them. Now, what I did find from the Associated Press, stating that the plane he was flying crashed into a barn, and he was the only occupant in the plane, according to the Hawkins County Sheriff's Office. National Transportation Safety Board said in their own statement that they're coordinating with the Federal Aviation Administration to investigate the crash of the Piper J3C-65. Reed Millard, a fellow race car driver and a funeral home director in Missouri, stated on Facebook that Bloomquist's mother asked him to announce the death along with Scott's daughter, Ariel, his parents and his sister, and along with all of you who knew and loved Scott. You're in our hearts and prayers, he wrote. Now, in dirt track racing, drivers have to steer to the right for the car to go left. Going through turns, the front left tire comes off the track, and the left rear tire provides traction. We're talking cars that weigh about 2,300 pounds with 800 plus horsepower. At Eldora Speedway, the track owned by Tony Stewart, the cars reach top speeds of about 150 mile an hour. They have 2-speed transmissions, no windshields, just short plastic shields to protect drivers from rocks. It can be a rough contact sport. But according to the president of the National Dirt Late Model Hall of Fame, rubbin' is racing, he said. It's door to door. You're slinging in sideways and slinging dirt. Bloomquist was in the 2002 class of the Hall of Fame. Newton said Bloomquist was kind of like an older brother to him. He had known the racer for nearly 40 years. He also designed Bloomquist's official merchandise as the senior vice president at Arizona Sport Shirts. Born in Iowa, later lived in California, where his father worked as an airline pilot. The family wanted to move east, purchased the farm in Tennessee. He said Bloomquist actually got into racing through a car that his father bought, but soon lost interest in and passed it along to his son. All right, more on that coming up here. We've got to get to the news break, bottom of the hour coming up. I did catch the official word that several speedways, several dirt tracks are going to be holding special services for Bloomquist in the coming days. We'll break that down for you just ahead.
From Feature Story News in Washington, I'm Kate Fisher. U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken is in Israel pushing for a peace deal with Hamas. He says that this is the best and possibly last opportunity, but distance remains between the two sides. Caroline Malone reports from Washington.
Blinken held a positive meeting with Israeli President Isaac Herzog and 3 hours of talks with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. But real challenges remain to reach a ceasefire deal between Israel and Hamas. Israel wants the end of Hamas. Hamas wants a permanent, not temporary ceasefire. This is amid concern over a retaliatory attack by Iran for the killing of a Hamas leader in Tehran, presumed to be by Israel, and continued violence on the border between Israel and Lebanon-based Hezbollah. Caroline Malone, Washington.
The US Republican Party's released a new report in which it claims President Joe Biden's engaged in what it calls impeachable conduct. Despite that, Congress is unlikely to hold an impeachment vote without enough support for it to succeed in the House. Our US correspondent Mitch McCann reports.
Republicans have been investigating Joe Biden's conduct and business dealings from almost the moment the party took back control of the House in January 2023. With the Democratic National Convention taking place in Chicago, it released a 291-page report detailing its findings, where it alleged that Joe Biden engaged in impeachable conduct. In it, Republicans make sweeping claims that when Biden was vice president, he was involved in corruption that allowed his family to profit from his office. The alleged crimes involve business dealings with his son, Hunter Biden. Despite the serious allegations, US media reports that the report has no evidence or proof that Biden engaged in any dodgy dealings. Joe Biden is unlikely to face an impeachment vote, as the Republican Party lacks the dozens more votes it needs to be successful. Mitch McCann, New York.
US Vice President Kamala Harris will be officially confirmed as the Democrats' presidential nominee this week at the party's convention in Chicago. She'll be selling her message to voters just weeks after Joe Biden dropped his presidential bid. Simon Marks reports from Chicago.
It's going to be a problematic few days for Kamala Harris because she's got to do two things. On the one hand, she's got to pay fulsome tribute to Joe Biden, as she's been doing for the last 3 weeks. But then, once that's out of the way, she's also got to make it clear that she sees herself now as the Democratic Party leader. She's got essentially to introduce herself still to many members of the country, of the electorate who have been on holiday over the last couple of weeks, who may not have been as excited by every twist and turn in her journey as those people back in Washington who obsess about politics have been. So this is a massive opportunity for Kamala Harris.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
All right, we'll get back to your calls here. Several folks wanted to chime in about the Buc-ee's scenario. I got an email from Mike who says, I don't always agree with Big Ed, but on the Buc-ee's point, I do agree. A lot of drivers have no respect for others. I've been driving 34 years, and I've seen it getting worse at the truck stops. Truck stops getting trashed. I'm about ready to call it quits and retire. All right, thanks for the email, Mike. Appreciate you tuning in. Let me finish up with Scott Bloomquist here. So his dad passed his race car on to him, and he was obviously probably, late teens, early 20s. He'd do work for people, make a little bit of money, and maybe buy a tire and go win a race. He'd take that money and reinvest it in the team. The rest is pretty much history. Besides winning, he became known for being kind of cocky and kind of a bad boy. His persona was somewhat built around the skull that was painted inside the 0 on his race car. Back in the year 2000, the Atlanta Journal-Constitution wrote, Bloomquist looks like Tom Cruise, drives like Dale Earnhardt, and speaks out like Darrell Waltrip. Of course, Waltrip was a NASCAR driver who aggravated his competitors by beating them on the track, then running his mouth out of the car. Now, Newton said he always told me it's not boasting or bragging if it's fact, and you can back it up, and he did. He said his accolades will never be exceeded. Yeah, the world lost a great racer, a great friend, a great dad. Yeah, a lot of drivers in the sport. Bloomquist suffered various injuries over the years, but he was still racing, and he was planning to compete in next month's World 100 at Eldora Speedway. Newton said he still felt like he could win a race. So, like I said, everything I've seen makes it sound like it was a tragic accident. Now, speaking of the World 100, the 2 racetracks will be hosting Celebration of Life services for Bloomquist. Eldora Speedway, the Rossburg, Ohio track where the 60-year-old had some of his greatest successes, including an unprecedented 8 $100,000 dream victories and 4 World 100 triumphs. They will be hosting that service on September 7 ahead of the World 100 racing program, again, which he was planning to compete in. Additionally, the Volunteer Speedway in Bulls Gap, Tennessee, which was Bloomquist's de facto home track, will host a service at 7 p.m. on September the 12th. Scott is survived by his daughter, Ariel, and his parents, Ron and Georgia Bloomquist. A complete obituary will appear when more details are finalized. Arrangements are by Hauser Millard Funeral Directors of Jefferson City, Missouri, which is operated by Bloomquist's friend and racer, Reed Millard. Online condolences can be left at millardfamilychapels.com. They do say expressions of sympathy may be made to the educational fund of Ariel Bloomquist, who is a freshman at East Tennessee State University. All right, Morristown, Tennessee. Lost a great racer. Got to see him on track a number of occasions. And when I would go to the dirt tracks, Dixie Speedway, where they held some of the big events there in Atlanta, Georgia. And what was the name of that? It's been so many years that have come and gone, I can't remember what that was called, but never did get to see him live at Eldora Speedway, but tuned in when I had the Flow Racing over several years. Always looked forward to seeing Bloomquist on the track. Good morning, Knucklebuster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. I want to take a moment to welcome Big Ed, the Oklahoma Sooners, Arch Manning, and the Texas Longhorns to the SEC. So look forward to seeing what kind of play we're going to have out of all of them. I saw an article today that Ohio State put 4 preseason All-America first unit players. So that's pretty good. The rest of them didn't do nothing but like 2 or 3. So that's a kudos for Ohio State there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Well, they put out the college football preseason power rankings. You'll have to look that up. I think Ohio State was up there top 1 or 2. So that's. And even Ole Miss made number 7, so Alabama, I think, was in there too. So, I don't know. We'll have to see what any given Sunday you can go up or down in the polls there.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Harley Davidson slams the brakes on their woke policies there after sparking backer social media outrage. I guess they done all that inclusion stuff there, right?
I've got that on I got that on my list here. They're following right on the heels of John Deere, and I think it was Tractor Supply. I saw some videos where Sturgis was going on last week before, whatever it was, and the Harley Davidson venue, which is normally packed, was nearly empty. A lot of folks were kind of boycotting Harley at Sturgis.
Wow, imagine that. Well, I don't own no Harley. I got me a rice burner. It's a 1985 VT 1100 Honda Shadow. Ain't nobody else wants to get on it ratty with me, especially not Tennessee. once she passed over 60, she said she ain't getting on that crazy thing no more. It might be why they're doing that CAT scan on my head there, because I drive it like an idiot, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Well, anyway, the U.S. intelligence says Iran is to blame for hacks targeting Trump and Biden-Harris campaigns. So,
yep.
Yeah. Well, U.S. approved a $3.5 billion, B with a B, sale of Apache helicopters to South Korea. So, and I say where old Biden took his first ride in a new Marine One, Sikorsky. I don't even know who that is. I guess it's a manufacturing wraps up delivery there. The veterans will see only a small cost of living boost in their benefits next year. Same thing with Social Security. And NASCAR, they partnered with Vet the Vote to recruit veterans as election workers, Steve. So I thought that was some pretty up. Talking about that dog hair, they make a thing called a lily brush. It's just a couple pieces of plastic stuck together with some rubber around the edges of it. But it works, and that's all that matters. I think it's like $10, $15 on Amazon. So, all right, well, that's all my baloney. I wanted to just check in, and, oh, yeah, well, I forgot to let Horse Feathers know we were talking about him last night there, trying to figure out how we was going to straighten him out, put him on the straight and narrow, but we never could figure that one out there. So that's all my bull on it for today, Steve. Have a great, blessed day. I'll call you in that loneliest time.
All righty. Thank you very much. All right, I pulled up the power rankings. It's college football. It's almost that time, right? Number 1, the Georgia Bulldogs. Number 1 in the power rankings. Ohio State, number 2. Oregon Ducks at number 3. Hook'em Horns, Texas Longhorns at number 4. The Crimson Tide, Roll Tide at number 5. Number 6, the Notre Dame Fighting Irish. Old Miss Rebels at number 7. And Penn State Nittany Lions at number 8. All right. Yeah, he mentioned the Harley-Davidson thing there. I'm going to get to the... Speaking of Horse Feathers, he wants to reply to Big Ed, as does the CNI dog. But, yes, I saw the Sturgis videos, and they were saying, you go woke, you go broke. And we're seeing this over and over again. Bud Light has still not recovered from their DEI promotion last year. Yeah, we had Tractor Supply, John Deere, now Harley-Davidson. Harley-Davidson said this past day they are ending their diversity and other progressive initiatives at the company. The latest major American brand to backtrack on their DEI policies that they had supported in recent years. Facing pressure from online from Robbie Starbuck, a conservative activist who has successfully taken on DEI policies at several American companies. Harley-Davidson takes to social media to say, quote, "We are saddened by the negativity on social media over the last few weeks designed to divide the Harley-Davidson community. We have not operated a DEI function since April of this year. We do not have a DEI function today. We do not have hiring quotas, and we no longer have supplier diversity spend goals." The company said they will review all sponsorships and outside organizations they affiliate with. The company will establish a central clearinghouse for approvals of those relationships. It also suggested it will drop some sponsorships, including LGBTQ plus pride festivals, saying the brand going forward would focus exclusively on growing the sport of cycling. Harley-Davidson, based in Milwaukee, had previously been a longtime corporate member of the Wisconsin LGBT Chamber of Commerce. The company also said they will end its relationship with the Human Rights Campaign, which is a leading LGBTQ plus advocacy group. We remain committed to listening to all members of our community. Now, Starbucks first posted on social media about the company less than a month ago, when he stated on July the 23rd, it's time to expose Harley-Davidson, listing around 20 different examples of how that company had gone totally woke. Among them, Harley-Davidson sponsoring a boot camp for LGBTQ entrepreneurs, donated to United Way, and wants to increase its workforce diversity as it tries to grow its base of motorcycle riders. Elon Musk and other right-wing leaders amplified Starbucks' social media posts. Harley-Davidson declined to comment to CNN, but Harley now joins Tractor Supply and John Deere to backtrack on policies following pressure campaigns led by Starbucks. Tractor Supply announcing they were eliminating jobs and goals focused on diversity, equity, and inclusion, withdrawing their carbon emission reduction goals, ending sponsorships for LGBTQ plus pride festivals and voting campaigns. Then it was John Deere announcing they would no longer sponsor social or cultural awareness events, and they would audit all of their training materials. Starbucks called this a win for our movement this past day, kind of hinting that he would, I guess there are other targets on his list to go after. Who might be next on that list? All right, Anonymous Hippopotamus.
Yeah, so who's next on the list, Your Honor? That'll be interesting to see. But I'm sure we'll find one. I'm sure one will stand out at some point. But I don't know, Your Honor. You know, as Mike said, I've been out here doing this for over 35 years now, and there's always kind of been the problem of neatness and housekeeping around truck stops. So it doesn't matter if you're a little mom and pop one or whether they're the big chain ones. It's always kind of been there. And you know, I hate to say it, but you kind of touched on it there with the Walmart or something. You go in there and they and I know the Buc-ee's does, and I've never been to a Buc-ee's and don't ever intend on being at one, but they allow the people with the campers and, you know, the motorhome people, the general public. I've seen Costco, your regular grocery stores. I mean, people are slobs, Your Honor, and it doesn't matter what vehicle you drive. And as far as you say, throwing trash out in the parking lot. Now I'm not as nice as Big Ed. If I see somebody throw some trash out of their vehicle and walk away from it, I am kind. I go over and pick it up out of the parking lot, but I put it right back on top of their vehicle. I don't carry it anywhere.
Okay.
And I've done a lot of times, and my wife has done a lot of times. You see somebody out with a dog, and they got it out on the leash, and the dog does his duty and leaves a pile, and the people start to walk away, and you kind of holler at them, "Hey, do you need a bag?" And then they kind of look at you, and half of them will go back and pull their own bag out, realizing that, you know, they were seen leaving the scene of the crime, you know.
Right.
But and then the other half will either be real snooty about it and say it's none of your business or what do you care or something like that, and you really can't do a whole lot about them because, you know, you can't fix stupid. And then some of them, you know, I think whether they have a bag or not, just kind of accept the bag and then go back and and do what they're supposed to do. But it's just, I don't know. It's just, and I hate to say it, but the type of people we have now, whether it's the homegrown ones or all the ones from the other countries that are in here, and there's more and more of them every day, and they bring their ways and cultures to be infused in our truck stops. I mean, how many times do we hear about people washing feet and things and stuff like that? So,
yes, sir.
So it's been going on for years, though. It's not like it's a new thing. It's just there's more of it. But so to get back to one other thing I came across, and I don't know, people are probably tired of me just cross-posting stuff that I find, a reel or something. But there was a guy doing interviews, and he was, I don't know if it was actually in Spain or what, but he was interviewing a driver that, was supposedly talking about Spain. And, of course, they had to translate it and everything. They're talking in Spanish. And they, the issues that we have here are the same issues they're having in Spain, that they're having, foreign drivers come in that'll work for less wages and, running the industry down and keeping wages and rates down because, they're either working under the table for cash or, will take a lot less paying salary because the money they're making there is, multi-millionaire in their country. So it's, it's not just our country, but then there was some that, they were talking about a couple other countries that said, oh no, everything's great and fine and dandy and all that. And I don't know. But anyways, so if somebody wanted to see that interview, that I believe I put on one of the fan page, one of the Steve Summers fan pages there. So, but I don't know. You're not going to fix it no matter what you do. People are slobs, and they think they have the anonymity of the. That's not how you say that word. How do you say that word, Your Honor? Can you say that word? Because I can't. But anyways, I think everybody knows what I mean. They think that they can just do what they want, and you get behind the wheel of a vehicle, whether it's a car or a truck or a bus or a motorhome or whatever, and your Amish buggy, and they think they're anonymous, and they just do whatever they want in this world at this point. And the downturn we've seen recently in the last 4 or 5 years is post-COVID. I mean, what people got away with in COVID, it's not going away, Your Honor. What they did during COVID is staying out here, especially the driving habits on the highway, and apparently there isn't enough law enforcement, or law enforcement has still got the same mentality of letting it go, or maybe it's the fact that they try to enforce, and the few things they do try to enforce, the judicial system. Oh, wait a minute. No, it's not a judicial system anymore. It's a high-priced legal system, Your Honor. The one with the most money wins. So our high-priced legal system isn't convicting.
Yeah.
And punishing people for doing things. So if you can get away with it, you're going to get away with it, and you're not going to have any remorse for doing something. So it's just the whole downturn of the culture. I mean, we talk about it being a crazy mixed up world, but it is getting to be people just don't care about anybody but themselves, and if they can walk away with it, and as Ed was saying, there's some of them that don't mind living in it. I mean, I guess if you grow up in a cesspool and you make a cesspool around you, you don't worry about living in it, whether it bothers other people or not. So I don't know. Whatever.
I can't imagine stepping in, getting in the truck. I mean, I guess animals do on occasion have accidents. I mean, if we go out on Friday afternoon and we're gone for 10 hours and nobody lets the dog out, he's liable to have to do his business. But I can't imagine just letting them go in your truck and never cleaning it up. It's got to smell like living in a zoo.
Well, Your Honor, here, get this. Now, you remember before we moved down here to Maryland, I used to be a trash hauler. I used to have a big, large car Peterbilt, and I used to run back and forth across the New York Thruway from Rochester out almost to Albany, New York, once, twice a day. Most of the time, twice a day, I'd run out that way and back and go to a landfill and be in a landfill twice a day, Your Honor. And there was a group of us that did this. And there was some other guys there that, yeah, they didn't have the big, large cars, but they had nice Peterbilts to drive. And every now and then, my truck would be in for service, and one of those guys would be off, and I'd jump in their truck to take their truck. When I got to the landfill the first time, Your Honor, I had to open both doors, and I probably emptied at least a full 30-gallon trash bag of trash out of some of these trucks that I would drive as spare trucks that other drivers were driving.
Mm-hmm.
They're in a landfill twice a day, Your Honor. All you have to do is open the door and kick the trash out the door.
Wow.
You're not even in a parking lot. You're in a landfill. Open the door, kick the trash out when you get out. No, they got it piled up in the truck with them, and they ride up and down the road with it. No, it doesn't matter. There's slobs everywhere. Hey, speaking of trash bags, I got a good one for you here before we get off here for the news. If you take a pool noodle, make it a circle, find something like a PVC pipe or something, and make it a circle, stick in the hole, so you can make it a loop. Take a black trash bag, pull the black trash bag over top of the pool noodle, it'll make like a floaty thing. You get a bunch of them round floaty things with the black trash bags, and you lay them on top of your pool, Your Honor. Instant solar cover.
Yeah, boy. That would look, that'd be pretty, right? We'll be right back.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Neha Punia. An emotional Joe Biden addressed the Democratic National Convention in Chicago to loud chants of "Thank you, Joe," as he symbolically handed over to Kamala Harris. Harris will officially be confirmed as the Democratic Party's nominee this week, just weeks after Joe Biden dropped his presidential bid. Benji Hire has the latest.
In America, I love you.
This was an emotional moment. President Biden, teary-eyed, walked onto the stage to a deafening roar from the crowd, an almost endless standing ovation, and chants of "We love you, thank you, Joe." Every cheer from Democrats communicating relief as much as reverence, enthusiasm for a political future without him after he stepped aside in the race for the White House just weeks ago. Biden called his predecessor and Republican candidate Donald Trump a loser, a liar, a man who's not worthy of being commander-in-chief, who puts himself first and America last. Kamala Harris thanked Joe Biden for his lifetime of service, but told the convention that the nation is moving forward with optimism and hope.
The Philippines are trading accusations after several Coast Guard vessels collided in a disputed part of the South China Sea. Beijing says the actions taken by Manila were deliberate, while the Philippines accused the Chinese Coast Guard of acting recklessly. William Denslow is in Hong Kong.
The incident occurred at around 3:30 on Monday morning. Since then, there's been a war of words between Beijing and Manila. China accuses the Philippines of acting deliberately, ignoring warnings and threatening the stability of the South China Sea. The Philippines says China damaged 2 of its vessels and used aggressive and unlawful maneuvers. The crew was unhurt and was able to complete a resupply run to the disputed Second Thomas Shoal. China claims much of the South China Sea, despite a 2016 Permanent Court of Arbitration ruling to the contrary. William Denslow, Hong Kong.
Meanwhile, in India, protests continue over the rape and murder of a medic. Non-essential medical services in many hospitals across the country have now been halted for more than a week. Doctors say they want the government to bring in laws to protect healthcare workers from violence. Ishan Garg has more.
The federal government has agreed to enhance security across all federal government hospitals by 25%, and they will also bring in new measures to ensure that when hospitals seek more security, marshals will be provided for added security on the campus. And that's likely to quell some of the anger of the doctors, but the other demand that remains is the demand of bringing a federal law to protect doctors from violence still remains on the table, it seems.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. This week covering the Democratic Convention in Chicago, and today the voices of protesters who are taking to the streets here, insisting that the Democrats need to change direction over the crisis in Gaza.
Finally, the day is here, and the entire world is watching.
Thousands of demonstrators are threatening to encircle the convention all week long, insisting the party's platform, its manifesto, needs to be rewritten and that Kamala Harris needs to explain how she plans to distinguish her policy towards the Middle East from the policies espoused by her current boss, President Biden.
There's a horrific genocide of Palestinians taking place that's being aided by the Democratic Party leadership and its representatives, Genocide Joe, Killer Kamala Harris, and Baby Killer Blinken.
We want to see the genocide end in Palestine, and we want to see the Democrats support an end to the genocide in Palestine.
The security perimeter surrounding this convention may not save Kamala Harris and other Democratic Party leaders from criticism that may be levelled against them within the convention itself. Progressive left-leaning Democrats are among those calling for the party's platform, drafted in support of President Biden, to be rewritten now that Kamala Harris has become the Democrats' standard-bearer this November. The platform's 2 pages on the Middle East currently make not a single mention of the Vice President, who has said she will not be silent in the face of the mounting civilian horrors in Gaza. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main news again. An emotional Joe Biden addressed the Democratic National Convention in Chicago to loud chants of "Thank you, Joe," as he symbolically handed over to Kamala Harris. China and the Philippines are trading accusations after several Coast Guard vessels collided in a disputed part of the South China Sea. And that is the latest feature story news. Neha Punya reporting.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Thanks for being with us. I hope your week's off to a good start. Closing out a Monday, Tuesday, 20th day of August already coming on. Kind of gearing up for Labor Day weekend, right? That's just around the corner. According to Bloomberg yesterday, looks like a lot of folks are going to take that final summer trip. Bookings for domestic travel over the Labor Day weekend, according to AAA, are up 9% from last year. Now, they say while the estimates only includes travel booked through AAA, the data adds to the picture for summer fuel demand in the U.S. domestic travel that was forecast to reach a record level over the July 4 holiday week. It saw a 20-year high for the Memorial Day weekend prior to that. Growth in travel has remained resilient in the U.S. this year. As we head toward Labor Day weekend, they say retail gas prices expected to be about $3.50 a gallon compared to, where were we, $3.81 by Labor Day of last year. They'll be tossing out some hard numbers as far as how many millions will be planning to travel coming up here. The C&I Dog, how's your week starting out?
How you doing? It's great.
Good.
Doing good. I think we had this conversation somewhere around January about Buc-ee's. I stopped by there with my wife. On I-65 going south, you'll see a sign saying Buc-ee's 400 and something miles ahead. So they are advertising. They do have a great product. A lot of fuel pumps and a big store that does a lot more than just shopping. I mean, you've been probably to the Iowa 80 truck stop, but Buc-ee's has a little thing going on their own where they have a lot of products and stuff like that. But they also have a carnival circus atmosphere. They have people who dress up in different type of outfits, and they make fresh food and they say things in like chorus, like pouring the sauce. It's just it's
right.
Kind of interesting. They really have some kind of thing going there. But I got a chance to talk to a lady there. And I asked her, what's with you and truckers? And she goes, well, it's not we don't like truckers. We just wish they'd just come in their own vehicles instead of in the trucks. I said, well, the problem we have is one time a truck came to your facility and tried to buy some stuff, got all the stuff in their hands and stuff like that. She says, is that your truck out there? Yeah. Okay, well, you can't be here. Okay, we'll just buy this stuff and go home.
Yeah, no, they wouldn't sell it to them. Yeah, they wouldn't even sell it to them.
That's what hurt the most. I was like, come on, man, are you serious? And I think that's about all I got for you. Enjoying the show, and thanks for reading that story about Harley Davidson.
All right. Thank you. Appreciate you being with us here. And somebody else, Scott, I believe it was, actually sent me a follow-up story to that in regards to Harley Davidson. I guess they had hired this new CEO, this German guy, who actually kind of comes out and admits he took the job to turn the company into a woke DEI company. I'm not going to go through the whole story, but Harley Davidson, they've gone from easy riders to progressive pukes, faster than you could say born to ride, all thanks to the uber woke German CEO, Jochen Zietz, he's now admitting he took the job at this legendary American brand in order to turn an iconic symbol into a DEI wasteland. Think Bud Light on wheels. Wow. Every Harley Davidson rider is going to want to see this. Sure sounds like CEO Jochen Zietz admits he took the job because it was an opportunity to transform an American icon into embracing wokeness and DEI. They share a number of quotes. They say, read the quotes very carefully, where he was speaking at various events, talking about social injustice, climate change, working to dismantle systems that create the most urgent problems of our time. As diverse as we could possibly be as a brand and business, and celebrate diversity and inclusion. That's one of the reasons I took the job. Because I believe in an incredible American icon and the transformation and the opportunity to contribute positively at a very divisive society. He went on to say that politics and politicians can only do so much, but business can be a significant force for good, and not just because it's the right thing to do. It's the right thing for the business itself. Being inclusive, I think, is a critical component. What's he saying now? After this has absolutely backfired completely in his face. Harley had a problem, and the name is Jochen Zietz. No one can credibly argue that this guy is not a far-left activist. I mean, in my view, it's clear he's telling us he took the job to transform Harley into a woke company. Customers, workers, dealers are angry. Harley's board has a limited window to act before permanent damage is done to the brand. Well, that's obviously the statement that came out via social media just this past day from Harley. They saw this, as I mentioned. Sturgis, normally a time where the Harley venue, they have a big setup there that's normally packed wall to wall, shoulder to shoulder. It was more like a ghost town at Sturgis this year. That had to be the wake-up call. Hey, this ain't working. Yeah, okay. You go woke, you go broke. It may work in Germany, but I don't think we're quite ready for it here in the U.S. of A. And just ask the likes of John Deere, Bud Light, a.k.a. Anheuser-Busch, ask Tractor Supply. They've all been trying this same idiotic DEI wokeness, and they're all coming to the same realization. Hey, moving on to other industry headlines where horse feathers mentioned in many cases around the country. It is true that punishment for the crime has been very lax in recent years. California, for example, pretty much telling the criminals, the thieves, right up front, you can steal up to $900 worth of merchandise, and you'll just get a slap on the wrist. That's like green light, go ahead. Rampant theft. Well, they're trying. It may be too little too late. California just passed, and the governor signed legislation this past day looking to crack down on some of that retail crime that's ravaging the state. On the other hand, there are situations where the punishment for the crime, and in this case, it is a truck driver. It's a severe sentence. The truck driver, he was involved in a multiple fatality crash on I-10 in Arizona last year. He was sentenced this past day to more than 2 decades in prison. The Maricopa County Attorney's Office this past day announcing that commercial vehicle driver Danny Glenn Tyner, 38 years old, has been sentenced to 22 and a half years in prison on 5 counts of negligent homicide. The charges following a crash that occurred on January 12 of last year on I-10 at the mile marker 160 in Maricopa County. Officials say the GPS data showed Tyner's truck was traveling 68 miles per hour in a 55 mile per hour construction zone. After failing to yield to stopped traffic, the defendant caused a 6-vehicle collision. Some of the vehicles, including 2 semi-trucks, caught fire. 5 died at the scene. Digital forensic data showed he had accessed at least 4 separate TikTok videos while driving within seconds of the collision. As a driver, you have an obligation to pay attention on the road. He chose to access social media while driving, placing the lives of others on the line, which is reckless. 5 families are living through the pain of losing a loved one. While the justice system can never relieve that pain, it can hold the person responsible accountable. To which they said, we achieved that goal. Think long and hard about trying to watch TikTok, Facebook. So it matters not, whatever the social media might be. It just, your life can change in a matter of seconds. So at the age of 38, he may very well, if he has to serve that whole sentence, be 60 years old before he gets to see the light of day again in a free world. And we'll be back after this.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
excessive black smoke.
Excessive black smoke has 2 causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All righty, back to the calls here. I see Philip's on the line, heading into work there in the state of Florida this morning, several others as well. But, lo and behold, have your ears been burning a little as of late? What's up, yo?
What's up, yo? So, I haven't, I don't think I've called you since my life-altering day, have I?
I know you posted on Facebook that you were gonna call, but you never did. So how's it going, Spaceman?
Yeah, so I heard Horse Feathers talk about what happened one night, and he was fairly accurate, but that was kind of old news. So I'll just start from scratch then. May 16th, I went to work. I drive for UPS and was pre-tripping my tractor and, got out and checked the tires and brakes and popped the hood and checked the oil and all that. And I got back in and I was getting ready to go hook a trailer. And I started, it's kind of funny because karma's a bitch because I made fun of you for having 2 panic attacks on the air. It turned out to be panic attacks, right?
Correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. So that actually crossed my mind, that night. So I started to get pressure in my chest, and I was thinking, you're having a heart attack. And then I'm like, no, you're not having a heart attack. You're having a panic attack. So you think you're having a heart attack. I was trying to rationalize.
Yeah.
And it was just more and more pressure. Like when they say like an elephant standing on your chest and then going out both shoulders. And then me personally, both my jaws started hurting. And I started sweating profusely. So this guy, I took a deep breath and put my chest out and reared my shoulders back, and I'm take this stretch, just trying to be in denial. I was going to put it in gear and go hook my trailer and go to Jersey, And this guy walked by. He's like, "Are you okay?" And then I'm like, "Oh yeah, I'm fine." So just the fact that somebody on ground level, when I'm high up in the truck, thought something was odd with me, you know what I mean? Like I wasn't playing it off very good.
Right.
And so I don't know what he's saying. I laid down on the steering wheel a couple seconds, and then raised up and took a stretch. And then it just got unbelievable pain. I thought about laying on the truck floor, and then I thought, damn, if I die there, nobody will know it for hours. Well, till they come looking for me. It could be a while. But so I got out of the truck and walked back behind it, laid down on the parking lot there, and just took it real easy and tried to breathe slow and deep and preserve my energy. I didn't waste no energy walking into dispatch or yelling or anything. And one of our drivers that I'm friends with, she's a female driver. She's pre-tripping the tractor right next to me. And I called her over. I said, call 911, call dispatch. I said, I think I'm having a heart attack. And I got a buddy that before he got into truck driving, he was a paid paramedic for, for a fire company, EMT. So I knew he was on property. I started at 9 o'clock and he starts at 9:30. And the night before, it's like 5 of us that get on their headsets, and we talk all night and give traffic reports and joke and stuff. And I started joking about the night before, the stress that they put on you trying to get out of the yard real quick. It's going to give you a heart attack and stuff. And it parlayed into, we were making heart attack jokes all night, and calling it heart attack humor and stuff. And so anyways, while she was calling 911, I called my buddy up and I said, hey, I'm in the power pit in spot 93. I said, I think I'm having a heart attack. And he's like, oh, F you.
Oh, no.
I said, no, I'm serious. I'm having a heart attack. He goes, oh, kiss my ass. He just totally didn't believe me, So I said, Heather, tell him I'm serious. So I gave her my phone, and she said, yeah, he looks like he might be dying, And so him and this supervisor, they thought I was in door 93. So this terminal's like miles big,
Right.
Thousands of trailers and stuff. So they ran through the whole plant to this door and then realized, oh, no, he's not in door 93. He's in power pit spot 93, the other end of the building.
Oh,
so
man.
They commandeered a shifter wagon and got around there. And anyways, I had a pulse of 20 at one point. He thought he might have to do CPR at one point. But he had to check my pulse on my inner thigh because he couldn't get one on the wrist and stuff. We were joking. Even though I'm laying there dying, we even made a joke about that because we all, there's a whole series of different jokes and gay jokes and shit. Is this gay? Is that gay? Is that gay?
Right,
Because is it gay if I pull your pants down and check your pulse to see if you're dying? And I'm like, no, go ahead. But anyways, I was laying there. I had my head on some dude's like backpack, and just my main thing was just don't try to do nothing and wait. So the ambulance came. Luckily, Middletown's not far from Hershey. So the ambulance came and they did a few things there in the parking lot, and then they got me up in the ambulance and did an EKG and confirmed it was a heart attack and stuff. And they knew my buddy. Like I didn't realize he was in the ambulance, but he saw some numbers up on the video screen and stuff that told him whatever. And the guy wasn't driving yet. There was a driver and a woman paramedic, and he said, "You need to get him out of here," And they're like, "Yeah." But they haul, man. Them things ride rough. I never rode in an ambulance before, but they ride like a bobtail, It's hard for her to keep her footing on the floor, leaning left and right and doing IVs and all this stuff. So I'll try to shorten it. It's kind of an interesting story, but when I got to Hershey and they wheeled me in, it was like 4 people on each side. It was like a NASCAR team. Like 2 stepped in and they knew what wires and IVs to put on. Then they stepped back and got out the way, and then the next 2. You know what I mean? Like the first one's cut my shirt off, the next one's did this, and that. Like they knew exactly what to do. And so they didn't put me under anesthesia, but they gave me that stuff. What Michael Jackson used it to sleep. What's it called? Propanol or something like that.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. Yep.
And because I don't remember the procedure, but I got 2 stents that night.
Mm-hmm.
Now here's where we're at today. It's pretty serious. Is when they the stents, I woke up pain free, and the stents, I haven't had any pain, but the problem is I have 4 other blockages, and one is 99%. So they can't do a bypass surgery while you're on blood thinner, but you have to be so when they give you stents, you have to be on blood thinner. But they can't do bypass surgery while you're on blood thinner. So from May 16th until next Tuesday, I've been going to cardio rehab where you wear a monitor and stuff so you can exercise and not overdo it. Because I'm like walking around on the edge of a heart attack. If I sprint in the hot summer sun or something.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So next Tuesday, I go into Hershey and get a quadruple bypass.
Quadruple, wow. Okay, hold the thought because we got to pause there.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Neha Punia. An emotional Joe Biden addressed the Democratic National Convention in Chicago to loud chants of "Thank you, Joe," as he symbolically handed over to Kamala Harris. Harris will officially be confirmed as the Democratic Party's nominee this week, just weeks after Joe Biden dropped his presidential bid. Benji Hire has the latest.
In America, I love you.
This was an emotional moment. President Biden, teary-eyed, walked onto the stage to a deafening roar from the crowd, an almost endless standing ovation, and chants of "We love you, thank you, Joe." Every cheer from Democrats communicating relief as much as reverence, enthusiasm for a political future without him after he stepped aside in the race for the White House just weeks ago. Biden called his predecessor and Republican candidate Donald Trump a loser, a liar, a man who's not worthy of being commander-in-chief, who puts himself first and America last. Kamala Harris thanked Joe Biden for his lifetime of service, but told the convention that the nation is moving forward with optimism and hope.
The Philippines are trading accusations after several Coast Guard vessels collided in a disputed part of the South China Sea. Beijing says the actions taken by Manila were deliberate, while the Philippines accused the Chinese Coast Guard of acting recklessly. William Denslow is in Hong Kong.
The incident occurred at around 3:30 on Monday morning. Since then, there's been a war of words between Beijing and Manila. China accuses the Philippines of acting deliberately, ignoring warnings and threatening the stability of the South China Sea. The Philippines says China damaged 2 of its vessels and used aggressive and unlawful maneuvers. The crew was unhurt and was able to complete a resupply run to the disputed Second Thomas Shoal. China claims much of the South China Sea, despite a 2016 Permanent Court of Arbitration ruling to the contrary. William Denslow, Hong Kong.
Meanwhile, in India, protests continue over the rape and murder of a medic. Non-essential medical services in many hospitals across the country have now been halted for more than a week. Doctors say they want the government to bring in laws to protect healthcare workers from violence. Ishan Garg has more.
The federal government has agreed to enhance security across all federal government hospitals by 25%, and they will also bring in new measures to ensure that when hospitals seek more security, marshals will be provided for added security on the campus. And that's likely to quell some of the anger of the doctors, but the other demand that remains is the demand of bringing a federal law to protect doctors from violence still remains on the table, it seems.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel fuel cetane levels.
in many states, the cetane rating in diesel fuel is 42 to 45. Most diesel engines operate more efficiently with a cetane rating of 48 to 50. One treatment of Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme will raise your cetane 7 points, increase fuel economy, and improve cold starts. Due to a cleaner burn, there are less hydrocarbons and particulate matter in your exhaust. This reduces the blockage of your diesel particulate filter. Using Diesel Extreme generates 83% less DPF regeneration. The 6-in-1 Diesel Extreme formula also includes the most concentrated detergent on the market, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Doc's Diesel is your one-stop online shop for diesel filter maintenance. Genuine quality, third-party tested filters for Cummins, PowerStroke, Duramax, and EcoDiesel trucks. Doc's cuts out the middleman and those pesky markups you often find from OMEs, dealerships, and parts stores. We make ordering easy with filter kits, subscriptions, and even dealer sign-ups if you have a fleet. Purchase your filters at www.docsdiesel.com and receive 10% off when you use code SUMMERS10. Doc's Diesel, your one-stop shop for diesel maintenance.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Back with more. Great to have you on board here on a Tuesday morning. All right, welcome back, Speed. So we kind of left off there. So you're next Tuesday, you say? You're just a matter of days away then. I knew the surgery was coming up sometime this month.
Yeah, it's so next Tuesday. I don't have the exact time yet, but really early in the morning, about 6 o'clock. And great surgeon. I forget the number, but he's done thousands of heart surgeries. He's been a surgeon for 30 years. He's been doing heart surgery specifically for 18 years. He's from Japan, and he moved here in 2002. But my appointment with him was like an hour and a half to 2 hours long, and he showed me the video. When I came in and they did the stent placement, he showed me the little wire going in through the arteries and blowing certain ones up with a balloon and putting the 2 stents in and stuff. So he could use that film to show me, like, you have a blockage here and you have one here and here, and we're going to take a vein from your leg and, hook it to here and run it. He showed me his whole game plan, and he said they're about the size of coffee straws, and he has to hand stitch them in a circle all the way around when he connects them. But the surgery will be 5 to 6 hours from an incision to closure.
Wow.
I'll be in the hospital, he said, a minimum of 5 days. He said expect 7, but it'll be a minimum of 5. And then I'll come home, and they're going to send like physical therapists or visit nurses out to the house a few times. Back a long time ago, 20 or 30 years ago, they used to try to have you like lay and be real still and stuff. They're going to get me up on my feet that evening. The one thing I don't look forward to at all is for some reason they check your blood sugar hourly for the first day or two and then lighten it up to 2 hours. But I'd rather be kicked in the shin with cowboy boots than have my finger pricked. I just hate that little wide needle that they prick your finger with, But they as far as harvesting veins, that's done a lot more decent nowadays. So Wednesday I go to Hershey and I'm gonna get a vein map and a chest X-ray, meet with the anesthesiologist and get a EKG done.
Mm-hmm.
But they just cut like a 3/4 inch incision on your inner thigh, and then they can go down arthroscopic and cut a section of vein out, 3, 4, 6 inches long, and pull it back up and out. You see like old people and they have like the incision all the way from their ankle up.
Yeah.
They don't do that no more.
Wow.
It's just a little 3/4 inch incision, and they can push down through between the skin and the muscle and get what they want and pull it out. But he said it could be veins from my leg, or it could be arteries from my inner chest cavity, But I'm going to be split like the sternum, right below your neck and right down and opened up. So really my biggest fear is, I don't know if I talked about him on the air much, but we have this French bulldog named Tonka. It actually, today will be a year since we got him. But he's a freak of nature. So at 30 pounds, they're in the 100 percentile for size, and he weighs 38 pounds. But he's a maniac. Like when he comes in from going outside, whatever, he runs through if you're laying on the couch, he can just real fast. We call it sumis. He runs in real reckless. He'll run on the back of the couch and just jump right on your chest and kick off and fly over the coffee table. And, he doesn't show you, he'll stomp you good, but I asked the surgeon about that, and he said, no, that'll kill you. So I told my wife I was going to go to Lowe's and get some, like fencing and build a fence around the couch. But, seriously, we have a baby gate between the kitchen and outside, and she's going to have to keep that closed and, keep him on a leash and just, be real careful at certain times of the day when, he could be prone to get rowdy like that. But anyways, I've been off work since May 16th, and I won't be returning to work. He said a bare minimum of 3 months, and he said most likely it'll be 4. So right around January 1st, I'll be returning back to work. But yeah, I remember. So you had one of your episodes when you went out of the studio in an ambulance, and not long after that, I was going down the road and had chest pain. I called the hospital, and they said, sir, if you feel like you're having chest pain, pull on the shoulder and call 911. Well, I did. I finished my trip. I was only 4 miles from Yellow, so I parked the truck and everything. I drove to the hospital, and they kept me overnight and did an EKG and everything. I did a stress test the next morning, okay?
Yeah.
And I was fine. I passed the stress test. So annually, 1 year later, in October of 2020, I took another stress test. I was gotten a thing of, just seeing, I was going to see a cardiologist annually. because both my parents had stents put in their 50s. And I figured if I can get a stent put in if I ever need it before a heart attack, I won't have heart damage from a heart attack. And so then, Yellow went out of business, and I started a new job at UPS and stuff like that. And I was just telling my wife, I need to get back to cardiologist and get another stress test. Well, son of a bitch, if I didn't have a heart attack within a couple of days of saying that. And but that's how fast things can change. So how much time is that? October 2020 to May, 2.5 years, I think.
Mm-hmm.
And, from passing the stress test to being flat on my back in the parking lot, and it was what they call a widowmaker. It was the LAD, main artery, and they say only 12% of people survived that type of heart attack that I had.
You're lucky to be here.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. And so that was blocked, and then the stents are life-saving, but then there's other blockages that they want to take care of. Now, if they did my surgery then on that day, there's a 7% chance that I could pass away in the surgery. If they did it right then. But by waiting, it's only 1%. And also, with horse feathers will know what I'm talking about. They have something that's called the ejection fraction. I think that's what they call it. So picture like your heart's a ball, and it gets full of blood, and then it squeezes the blood out. It doesn't squeeze 100% out. There's a percentage, and if it squeezes 65% of the blood out, then that's good. That's real good. Well, my ejection fraction is a 58, and that's average for people that didn't even have a heart attack. So I didn't have much damage, from the heart attack. And he said, if the surgery goes well, which he thinks it will, I'll be as in good a shape or better than anybody my age, because I'll have all fresh, open passageways and everything.
New piping, yeah.
Yeah, and he says that's a lot better than stents. A successful bypass operation is a lot better than stents. But did you have any questions? I think I kind of got into all the details of everything there. Do you have any questions about?
I think we're pretty up to speed. Folks have been asking about you. I said, no, I've got his number. I haven't called him, but I mean, I know I think it was just last night when I said I know his surgery sometime in August, but I didn't know what date it was, and so we're up to speed.
It's a scary thing to face that. Especially, I had no clue that I had so many blockages. Just the fact that, if I'd run a 100-yard dash on a 95-degree day, I could kick the bucket. You know what I mean? I told to stay in the AC and exercise a half hour a day, which is walking. Any exercise I do, I have to be able to carry a conversation while I'm doing it. Any more than that, then I'm overdoing it. So I've just been distracting myself. I got into Jeeps real big, just watch YouTube videos, and I think I know Jeeps as well as Harleys now, but I went out and bought a 2023 Rubicon. It's the Gladiator, the truck version. And this thing's a beast. It's a 4-wheel drive beast. I took it in some state game land around here and was pulling up some hills and stuff, but it has lock-in front and rear differentials, and the sway bar disconnect and stuff, and you can drop the top. That's pretty cool. But I've only had it a couple weeks, but I think I'm gonna put like a 2.5-inch lift and 35s on it. But hopefully I'd like to get down to Cape Hatteras, a couple months after I heal, and drive on the beach is the plan. About November, 8 weeks, if I'm allowed to
to go do that early. But I'm not allowed to drive for 4 weeks. For 4 weeks, I have to ride in the back seat of the car while somebody else drives. They don't want an airbag hitting me.
Mm-hmm.
So my wife has to chauffeur me around in the back seat, and then pretty much can't do anything for 4 weeks except walk around the house. And then I'll start cardio rehab back up and do that 3 times a week. And this time it'll be geared toward doing a stress test for the DOT test. I got to do 6 minutes on the treadmill. So right now it's just to heal. Like, I'm on a heart monitor. I'd like exercise, but take it easy. But after the surgery, I'll go back to cardio rehab in 4 weeks, and then I can accelerate, and get above and beyond what I was before and be able to pass the DOT physical and stuff. But hopefully right around January 1st, I'm trucking again. I wanted to work till I'm 65. But yeah, I just been distracting myself, playing guitar a lot and studying Jeeps and that. And I listen to your show once in a while, but I just, I don't know, didn't feel like calling for some reason. I don't know.
It's good to finally hear from you, Spaceman. So we'll all be thinking about you. Let's say a prayer for you next Tuesday when you're going in.
Yeah, one guy, I talked to an 83-year-old guy that had quadruple bypass, and people that even in the 70s that were 80 years old and got them and stuff like that. And it's different when it's you. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You do worry about it, but the surgeon says that I'm a good candidate. Other than being in terrible health, I'm in good health. But just too much McDonald's. Bad diet and stuff like that.
Well, you're the typical truck driver, the life on the road. Absolutely. You're eating fast food all the time. And of course, we know it's not the best for your body to be a third shift worker like we all are. Been doing it for years. And all that takes a toll. So, all right, we are up to speed. Spaceman, thanks for the update. Get well soon, right? Hello, Philip.
Hey, I want to thank Spaceman for calling, man. I'm glad to hear he's okay. I had to do CPR on my father-in-law a long time ago in 2002 when I moved back down here to Florida from Chicago. My father-in-law had a massive coronary, and listening to him talking about laying on the ground and whatnot kind of brought back some of those memories about that day I spent with my father-in-law. It was the last day he lived. He didn't make it, but yeah, to come back from something like that, that's a major deal, and I'm glad to hear he's better, and I'm glad to hear he's going to try to get even more better and try to get his bypass taken care of. I mean, a lot of people don't understand what goes on in those kind of situations until it actually happens to them. And we all joke around about it, like you said earlier, and I'm glad he's doing better, though. I'm glad he called in. I know a lot of people have been asking about him. I appreciate Spaceman. I appreciate his comments. I appreciate everybody's comments on here. But how you doing tonight, buddy? You doing okay?
Doing all right. Yes, sir.
Hey, I got talking about somebody's comments. Yesterday I heard Always Moving talking about insurance in Florida. And trust me, Always Moving, I understand what people feel about, some people feel that we kind of made the insurance go up with all the stuff that we've had happen down here. But if you sit down and you actually look at what's going on now, Steve, with all the insurance and everything, it has to do with natural disasters all around the country. I mean, part of the country is fire, part of the country has been dealing with tornadoes, part of the country's been dealing with flooding. We deal with hurricanes down here. It's just a lot of things that have happened. It's just Mother Nature and the way things are happening. And It's not the same world it was 30 years ago where you could buy a piece of land and, yeah, that's the land they want. But one of the comments that she made that I want to kind of enlighten her about Florida, there is elevation down here. We're not totally underneath sea level everywhere in the state of Florida. I mean, the center part of the state is quite high. But the big thing that people make the mistake of doing down here when they come down here is they don't pay attention to things like elevation when they buy their houses. When you buy a house down here, you have to pay attention to elevation. You don't want to live by a lake. I don't know. Lakes are pretty and all that kind of stuff, but there's down here they tend to flood around them, and that's not one of the places I want to buy my house. I don't buy a house on the beach because the beach, obviously the water can come in and take the sand away, take your house away. So, I mean, there's a lot of factors that you got to go into when you buy a house down here. And it's just something that people they're not down here all the time. They think Florida's all sun and fun and Mickey Mouse and all this kind of stuff. And it's not. If you want to live down here, you got to make some tough choices with buying property and doing different things like that. As far as the insurance goes, Steve, I think the problem with the insurance today is it's got too much involved. Back in the day, if somebody had an accident, that's what they looked at. They looked at the amount of accidents and that kind of stuff. Now we're paying attention to people's credit scores. We're paying attention to a lot of things that are other than insurance stuff. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Understand what I'm talking about there, Steve?
Absolutely.
We have got to have our nose in everybody's business 24 hours a day and take that, so we can get that money from their paycheck. And that's what I'm seeing totally today in business. I mean, it's like how many hands have got to go in the pocket, and that's what a lot of people are dealing with today, and insurance is one of those things. I'm not saying the government needs to regulate it, but the government needs to look at it and see what's going on with it, because there's people that are making profit in the industry for insurance that I think that we need to touch on those people a little bit, because it's kind of like the situation at Yellow. Where'd all that money go? And that's something that we need to take a look at and needs to be paid attention to, because how much has your auto insurance gone up, Steve? Has your auto insurance gone up a lot in the last year?
I think I jumped up about $45 a month.
Absolutely. Mine's been a little bit more than that. Okay. And I've got a car that's 12 years old, and I'm not saying it's double, but it's getting pretty close to double, and a lot of it has to do with the amount of mileage I drive. I mean, I drive almost 700 miles a week.
Right.
So it's like that's what they're looking at. Now, I don't have any of them fancy things paying attention to what's going on with me, the technology we talked about the other night, and I refuse to put any of that garbage in my car, in my vehicles. I'm not, if it gets down to that, I guess I'm just going to quit driving or do something or figure something out, but I'm not going to get it to that point, and that's one of the things about going back in the industry. I have been inundated, Steve, for the last month from Schneider and JB and companies like that. They're trying to find people, and I don't know why. I know there's not a driver shortage out there. I know the spot market right now is ridiculous, and their guys are cutting each other's throats left and right to get a run, and I don't understand why Schneider's pumping it up and JB are pumping it up to get people back into the industry. I mean, I've been out in the industry for a while, but I don't know what the deal is. But man, I have just been getting inundated by mailings and emails and you name it, and I'm like, okay, forget about it, whatever. I'm not going to, even if I went back into the industry, I wouldn't go back into those types of jobs. So, but other than that, buddy, we're doing pretty good. We're almost down here, and right now I'm getting ready to go through the actual ticket where you pay your parking for the Magic Kingdom. So,
all right.
Y'all have a good day, buddy, and I appreciate you. And we'll be praying for you, Spaceman, so y'all be safe. Catch you later. Bye.
All right. Thank you, Philip, in Florida. Let me see. Is that Big Ed back on board? I believe. Ed, I'm only like 2 minutes from the news break, and I knew you've been there for a few minutes, but think he wanted to talk about some of this woke stuff. Meanwhile, Brain Dead had forwarded to me out of Texas, where, yes, it's been hot. And we've had this discussion about the package delivery drivers and not having AC. It's been an issue for years. A North Texas UPS driver out of the hospital after passing out from the heat and the truck crashing. It was Friday. I actually caught on a cell phone video of a UPS truck careening into oncoming traffic, narrowly missing a red car and then slamming into the trees. According to the Union Teamsters Local 767, the driver was suffering from heat-related illness when he lost control. While he was driving, he unfortunately succumbed to those heat-related injuries. He did pass out behind the wheel. Now, the union says the driver, who's based in the Longview area, was asked to help out on Friday, driving from the UPS facility in McKinney, left around noon. After a few hours, started vomiting and feeling ill from the heat. That's when he had to tell the supervisor he couldn't complete his job for the day. The union says his manager told him just bring the truck back to the facility. They say that is against UPS' own heat safety protocols, that the manager should have called 911. Reeves said UPS has got to take responsibility for this and shut these drivers down. They've got to be responsible for, frankly, the safety of the driver along with the general public. Now, the driver was hospitalized, now recovering at home. We reached out to UPS for comment. They told us they care deeply for the driver's well-being, and they'll be working with authorities to investigate what happened. Now, they say they've spent more than $400 million annually on safety training. They've added more cooling equipment to facilities and vehicles, providing employees with specialized cooling gear and providing access to ice and water. News break as we hit the midnight hour on the West Coast. We'll be back after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP and mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Neha Punia. An emotional Joe Biden addressed the Democratic National Convention in Chicago to loud chants of "Thank you, Joe," as he symbolically handed over to Kamala Harris. Harris will officially be confirmed as the Democratic Party's nominee this week, just weeks after Joe Biden dropped his presidential bid. Benji Haya has the latest.
In America, I love you.
This was an emotional moment. President Biden, teary-eyed, walked onto the stage to a deafening roar from the crowd, an almost endless standing ovation, and chants of "We love you, thank you, Joe." Every cheer from Democrats communicating relief as much as reverence, enthusiasm for a political future without him after he stepped aside in the race for the White House just weeks ago. Biden called his predecessor and Republican candidate Donald Trump a loser, a liar, a man who's not worthy of being commander-in-chief, who puts himself first and America last. Kamala Harris thanked Joe Biden for his lifetime of service, but told the convention that the nation is moving forward with optimism and hope.
The Philippines are trading accusations after several Coast Guard vessels collided in a disputed part of the South China Sea. Beijing says the actions taken by Manila were deliberate, while the Philippines accused the Chinese Coast Guard of acting recklessly. William Denslow is in Hong Kong.
The incident occurred at around 3:30 on Monday morning. Since then, there's been a war of words between Beijing and Manila. China accuses the Philippines of acting deliberately, ignoring warnings and threatening the stability of the South China Sea. The Philippines says China damaged 2 of its vessels and used aggressive and unlawful manoeuvres. The crew was unhurt and was able to complete a resupply run to the disputed Second Thomas Shoal. China claims much of the South China Sea, despite a 2016 Permanent Court of Arbitration ruling to the contrary. William Denslow, Hong Kong.
Meanwhile, in India, protests continue over the rape and murder of a medic. Non-essential medical services in many hospitals across the country have now been halted for more than a week. Doctors say they want the government to bring in laws to protect healthcare workers from violence. Ishan Garg has more.
The federal government has agreed to enhance security across all federal government hospitals by 25%, and they will also bring in new measures to ensure that when hospitals seek more security, marshals will be provided for added security on the campus. And that's likely to quell some of the anger of the doctors, but the other demand that remains is the demand of bringing a federal law to protect doctors from violence still remains on the table, it seems.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. This week covering the Democratic Convention in Chicago, and today the voices of protesters who are taking to the streets here, insisting that the Democrats need to change direction over the crisis in Gaza.
Finally, the day is here, and the entire world is watching.
Thousands of demonstrators are threatening to encircle the convention all week long, insisting the party's platform, its manifesto, needs to be rewritten and that Kamala Harris needs to explain how she plans to distinguish her policy towards the Middle East from the policies espoused by her current boss, President Biden.
There's a horrific genocide of Palestinians taking place that's being aided by the Democratic Party leadership and its representatives, Genocide Joe, Killer Kamala Harris, and Baby Killer Blinken.
We want to see the genocide end in Palestine, and we want to see the Democrats support an end to the genocide in Palestine.
The security perimeter surrounding this convention may not save Kamala Harris and other Democratic Party leaders from criticism that may be levelled against them within the convention itself. Progressive left-leaning Democrats are among those calling for the party's platform, drafted in support of President Biden, to be rewritten now that Kamala Harris has become the Democrats' standard-bearer this November. The platform's 2 pages on the Middle East currently make not a single mention of the Vice President, who has said she will not be silent in the face of the mounting civilian horrors in Gaza. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
The main news again. An emotional Joe Biden addressed the Democratic National Convention in Chicago to loud chants of "Thank you, Joe," as he symbolically handed over to Kamala Harris. China and the Philippines are trading accusations after several Coast Guard vessels collided in a disputed part of the South China Sea. And that is the latest feature story news. Neha Punya reporting.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
diesel particulate filter regeneration.
The DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with a dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
We are back as we cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Some of the conversation. Diane chimes in. I carry 2 small dogs with me, and my dogs do not smell as some of the drivers out there. I see more human waste on the ground than I ever see animals waste. I have been to Buc-ee's. I see dogs in Buc-ee's that people come in there. Campers, RVs, cars, they'll bring their dogs into Buc-ee's. Yeah, truck drivers do throw a lot of trash on the ground. Truck stops, we're sometimes our own worst enemies. But I've noticed over the last several years, truck stops don't clean their trash cans out. When you go to a funnel the trash, the cans are packed. You go to the parking lot, the cans are packed. You got to set the trash on the ground around the trash can, and then it gets scattered. So the truck stops maybe have to take some responsibility for this as well. All right, Big Ed. Yes, sir. Welcome back.
Yeah. Well, thanks for letting me come back. To depend the truck stops with all that trash you see stacked up there by the fuel pumps, well, a lot of it's because of the trashy truck drivers have gone in there enough that, hell, they can't hire good help. So therefore, you got but a few people running around there doing all the work, and, yeah, they get behind a little bit, Steve.
Yeah.
So I give them the truck stops a pass on that. Now, when I go into a truck stop and it's full of potholes, they don't do nothing to their parking lot. Yeah, I just go right through the fuel island and right back out because I'm not going to frequent a filthy truck stop. And, okay, guess what? I'm going to say something that's offensive, but a lot of them them air-owned truck stops that are filthy, stinking places that you don't want to stop at. And if that offends any of our fellow Arab drivers out there, Allah, Allah. That's all I can say about that. But, I'm sorry, Steve, I'm on the road. Spaceman, prayers are with you, but I'm going to throw something at you, buddy. You as a patient have rights. After your surgery, okay, that's the estimated time, 5 days, maybe 7. But if you don't feel like you're ready to go home, stay right there in that hospital until you feel like you're ready to go home. Number 2, make sure that they have a pulmonologist after you have your surgery coming in and checking your lung functions, or you will find yourself in the same situation as Paul's wife.
With the pneumonia.
Are you with me on that?
Yes,
Steve?
sir. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I'm serious, Spaceman. You have a right as a patient. Because if you don't follow what I'm telling you and they send you home too early and then you come down to double pneumonia, yeah, you will be fighting for your life, especially after having bypass.
Yeah.
And then he'll be like, because I guess Spaceman works for UPS.
Correct.
What's the Lone Ranger used to say, who's going to be the richest man in the graveyard? You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
And he was always referring to them UPS drivers. Well, that's back when they used to bash UPS back years ago. You ever hear from? I remember that, man. He'd go to town on UPS. I don't know. He must have had a bad experience with them. But anyway, you ever hear from him?
Yeah, Ranger checks in now and then. I think we heard from him last week, as a matter of fact.
Well, I'm disappointed that I didn't hear always moving. Now, let me ask you a question, Steve. Didn't you just get a new car?
About 3 months ago.
Or Lisa did?
Yeah.
Lisa.
Yeah, right. Yeah, it's her car. Yes.
I mean, is that the only vehicle you got, or you still got that one? That
No, we're
mosquitoes with.
We're back to one vehicle.
So how are you getting by? We're paying $45 a month for car insurance.
No, I said it's up. I mean, we went from about $50 to $95 a month.
I'm paying $176.
Wow.
So a little over $2,100 a year just for car insurance. My trike or motorcycle, if that's what you want to call it, is $900 a year. The hell, my damn supplemental health insurance is cheaper than my car insurance by 100 miles. Because I'm only going to pay like $19 a month because I'm classified as a poor man because I ain't working. And so I just have to pay $19 a month for my supplemental health. That's a good Democratic thing. Kamala. Are you there?
I'm with you. I think I get a bit of a discount. I mean, when you've got your better driving record, right? Haven't had any accidents or tickets. Plus, I'm on the driving less than 50 miles a week kind of thing. I don't have to drive a whole lot like I used to. Yeah.
I'm not for sure why it's a lie here in Oklahoma, other than, you got these people that don't carry insurance. How they get by that, I'd have no clue. I guess because their cars, once they get their cars paid for, they don't. There's a lot of people that don't insure their cars, and some of them Mexicans, and we got a hell of a Mexican population in this part of the country. So, anyway, let's talk about woke a minute. Do we not work in the biggest industry? The road trucking industry. Is it not one of the biggest woke businesses out there? I mean, look how many unqualified people that they put out there behind the wheel of these trucks. Is that not part of what they call diversified inclusion or whatever it's called, DEI?
Well, I mean, I don't know. Maybe some of the companies, if they've got requirements on, do they have requirements set on how many female drivers, and we're going to set a quote on how many Hispanic drivers or drivers from other countries? I don't know.
I don't either. But when you see the way things go, I question it sometimes. Because if they've got a shortage of drivers, these companies they're hitting the government up. We got to,
Oh, the visa drivers, yeah.
Is that not a form of DEI? They're not qualified. And how many of them, you've seen it in CDL Life, that can't read English?
Mm-hmm.
Is that not supposed to be a qualification of getting your CDL?
Well, it's still in the green book, last I checked, but they don't put you out of service for it anymore.
There you go. No. And we, as professional drivers, the company that you're driving, I don't know who you're driving for. All I know is the company I drove for, I like to think they respected my professional ability and my conduct, and my trying to put safety as a priority. But then you see all these other bigger companies hiring these people or these people that's needing their goods moved, they don't give a crap. As long as you bring a truck in there and you get it in that dock, they'll load you up, regardless if you don't understand the English or the rules of the road to deliver your product, because you're wanting the cheapest movement out there. So they're just as guilty. But yet these guys that get mad, I wonder how many Harley riders we got out there driving trucks. But yet you want to get mad at Harley Davidson because you think they're going DEI. Did you keep up with what was going on out there at Sturgis this year?
Well, that's what I mentioned. When I shared the Harley story, I said that the Harley Davidson exhibit or the big booth was almost like a ghost town.
Right, and even the Bud Light people set up a tent too. But all the motorcycle riders are all offended, mad, and upset. But yet 3/4 of them motorcycle riders and Harley riders were running around out there half-ass naked. You see any pictures of some of that stuff? And so then you got the nerve to say that you're offended about Harley going DEI? Same thing with Tractor Supply or John Deere. What the hell is to be offended about when you're working for an industry that's just as woke as the rest of them? But yet you don't say nothing. If I work for a company and I seen that's the kind of hiring practices they had, I'd be out of there so damn fast they wouldn't know what happened. Because those kind of companies don't deserve a driver like myself. And I'm pretty proud of myself. And I wonder how many drivers we got out there that would take the same stand that I'm taking. I don't come cheap. I don't sell myself cheap. And if you as a company, like, who was Philip just saying, he had J.B. Hunt, Swift, Mitre, everybody out there knows, or let's say it, excuse me, they bash those companies because of the quality of drivers they put out there on the road. Now, how much is that 100% accurate? I don't know. Everybody's always pounding on Swift. Well, I never seen a lot of Swift accidents out there. Everybody makes mistakes, so I don't know. Is it right to sit there and pound on these companies like that? I don't know. I know because of the perception that's out there. You ain't gonna catch me behind the wheel of one of their trucks. That's for sure. I don't care how hungry I get. So anyway, I just wanted to chime in on that, and I did enjoy Horse Feather's take on what I was trying to say, even though he was borderline liberal thoughts about it. But hey, Horse Feathers, I love you. I love your opinion. But it was good to see you take a stand. But anyway, Steve, I bugged you enough for one night. Everybody stay safe out there.
Big Ed, are you with me? There you go. I got you. And we'll return after this. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Hey, Kenworth owners, is your AC and heating performing poorly with little airflow in the cab? Soaring Eagle HD Truck Parts is here to solve your worries. Offering aftermarket replacement HVAC boxes and stainless steel with high output blowers receiving 50 to 100% better airflow guaranteed. Not only that, but they also manufacture many other aluminum and stainless steel storage accessories. Check out their website at www.soaringeaglehd.com or call toll-free 1-833-455-2473. Serving you yesterday, today, and for the future.
Keep your gas-powered engines running like new? Stable's proprietary formulas are proven by third-party testing to outperform the competition in keeping fuel fresh, preventing corrosion, and cleaning the entire fuel system. With Stable, you can have confidence you are doing the right thing for your engine's long-term health. Just pour into your gas can or fuel tank, then top off with fresh fuel. At every fill-up or when you store, Start with Stable. Available where fuel additives are sold.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Excessive black smoke.
excessive black smoke has two causes: carbon buildup and internal diesel injector deposits, also known as IDIDs. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme has the highest concentration of active ingredients allowed by law and will safely remove all types of injector deposits, including IDIDs and carbon buildup, to eliminate black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
All right, we'll get to Senior Heatwave coming up here, and the line's available at 844-844-3388. Braindead just forwarded something my way. I had not seen that. Very interesting. Yeah, we recall the scenario here a few months ago when this suddenly it was like, Graceland was going to be going to auction the next day, and everybody said, what the heck's going on? Something just didn't seem right. Yeah, there was more to the story, and that is federal investigators arrested a Missouri woman Friday morning. Charges related to the attempt to defraud Elvis Presley's family of millions of dollars and actually steal ownership of Graceland. How did she think she could get away with this? Lisa Janine Findley, 53 years old, charged and is expected to appear in court this Friday in the U.S. District Court for the Western District of the Missouri. Findley has at least 6 aliases: Lisa Holden, Lisa Howell, Gregory Nusani, Kurt Nusani, Lisa Janine Sullins, Carolyn Williams. Wow. According to the documents, Findley pretended to be 3 different people affiliated with Nusani Investments and Private Lending, LLC, claiming Presley's daughter had borrowed $3.8 million in 2018, pledging Graceland as collateral for the loan and never repaid the debt. Where she filed that lawsuit last year, 8 months after Lisa Marie had passed away. Investigators said Findley made fake loan documents, which forged the signature of Lisa Marie and a Florida state notary public. She also allegedly published a fraudulent foreclosure notice in the commercial appeal. She's gotten arrested, so it's not like it's going to go anywhere further. But brave of her to take one of America's most well-known people and try to scam his legacy. Elvis fans visiting Graceland weren't surprised by the news. One saying if she was going to try to steal something or do some form of property fraud or identity theft, she shouldn't have done it on such a large scale. I mean, if you're coming after Graceland, you know people are paying attention. Investigators said Findley created and filed a fake promissory note, deed of trust, and loan documents. She also fraudulently represented herself to Riley Keough, the owner of Graceland, her attorneys, the Shelby County Chancery Court, and the press. It's important for the fans to come here and see Graceland, so it has to stay in the family, says another Elvis fan. Anyway, a judge put a halt to that auction in May. The investment company has withdrawn its claim on Graceland after the judge blocked the auction. Federal agents said Findley used her own phone number to register different accounts and P.O. boxes. She also used her bank account to pay filing fees. Wow. According to the U.S. Attorney for the Western District of Tennessee. He said, as a Memphian, I know that Graceland is a national treasure. This defendant used a brazen scheme to try and defraud the Presley family of their interest in this singularly important landmark. Of course, all homeowners deserve to have their property protected from fraud, and we will prosecute anyone who commits financial crimes or identity theft. All right, Action News has learned Finley has not been charged with financial crimes, but she has also served time in federal prison several times in the last 20 years. Federal court documents also insinuate other people may be involved in actually helping her. Now, Finley's charged with mail fraud, aggravated identity theft. She could face 20 years in prison if convicted, which, I think that's a no-brainer. She done screwed up. Well, Senor Heatwave.
Good morning, Senor. Yeah, I'll tell you what, I've been to Graceland about 25 years ago, and it is a sight to see the different things they got there, including the tour of the house. Man, I tell you what, she's got a big pair on her to try to pull that kind of damn stunt.
Right.
Oh, goodness, that's brazen. Well, on behalf of Lady Heatwave, I'd like to thank everybody that wished her a happy birthday. I told her about it, and I showed her a picture that I took of the announcement on both my page and on your page, and she's like, well, how do I get to those pages? I'm like, hey, you're tagged. All you got to do is go to where you're tagged and hit them. So she's got a lot of button pushing to do, that's for sure. But she does thank every one of y'all for the birthday salutations.
Very good.
Oh, yes. So thank y'all very much. We sure appreciate it. I was listening to Fox News earlier. I had a late start today. And apparently old Don Lemon, former CNN joke-a-thon, whatever the hell he was doing, went out to Jersey and was asking people out there what they thought of, who were they going to vote for. And he could not believe the overwhelming response was for Trump. And he tried to say, well, we've got the best economy we've ever had, and the folks were just laughing at him. Man, if we had the best economy ever, even better than Trump, then why are things so much more expensive now than they were then prior to COVID? I mean, Kamala's agreeing. Yes, things are much higher, and she's going with percentages prior to COVID, i.e., during Trump's administration. I'm not there to vote on, what I think of a person and their personality. The people that are voting for Kamala are voting for her because she's not Trump.
In most cases, that is correct. But we pause there. Be right back.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Neha Punia. An emotional Joe Biden addressed the Democratic National Convention in Chicago to loud chants of "Thank you, Joe," as he symbolically handed over to Kamala Harris. Harris will officially be confirmed as the Democratic Party's nominee this week, just weeks after Joe Biden dropped his presidential bid. Benji Hire has the latest.
In America, I love you.
This was an emotional moment. President Biden, teary-eyed, walked onto the stage to a deafening roar from the crowd, an almost endless standing ovation, and chants of "We love you, thank you, Joe." Every cheer from Democrats communicating relief as much as reverence, enthusiasm for a political future without him after he stepped aside in the race for the White House just weeks ago. Biden called his predecessor and Republican candidate Donald Trump a loser, a liar, a man who's not worthy of being commander-in-chief, who puts himself first and America last. Kamala Harris thanked Joe Biden for his lifetime of service, but told the convention that the nation is moving forward with optimism and hope.
The Philippines are trading accusations after several Coast Guard vessels collided in a disputed part of the South China Sea. Beijing says the actions taken by Manila were deliberate, while the Philippines accused the Chinese Coast Guard of acting recklessly. William Denslow is in Hong Kong.
The incident occurred at around 3:30 on Monday morning. Since then, there's been a war of words between Beijing and Manila. China accuses the Philippines of acting deliberately, ignoring warnings and threatening the stability of the South China Sea. The Philippines says China damaged 2 of its vessels and used aggressive and unlawful maneuvers. The crew was unhurt and was able to complete a resupply run to the disputed Second Thomas Shoal. China claims much of the South China Sea, despite a 2016 Permanent Court of Arbitration ruling to the contrary. William Denslow, Hong Kong.
Meanwhile, in India, protests continue over the rape and murder of a medic. Non-essential medical services in many hospitals across the country have now been halted for more than a week. Doctors say they want the government to bring in laws to protect healthcare workers from violence. Ishan Garg has more.
The federal government has agreed to enhance security across all federal government hospitals by 25%, and they will also bring in new measures to ensure that when hospitals seek more security, marshals will be provided for added security on the campus. And that's likely to quell some of the anger of the doctors, but the other demand that remains is the demand of bringing a federal law to protect doctors from violence still remains on the table, it seems.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference. And why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride, one that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands-off invoicing at Transcap. We're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. Or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP. And mention Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Yes, indeed. This was the summer of some referred to it as the Great Cicada Invasion, where we had the 2 separate broods emerging in a number of states in the billions or trillions. Well, that emergence is over, but we're seeing that it left behind a rather unpleasant souvenir, they're saying. This year's massive brood is being blamed for a spike in bites related to what they call the oak leaf itch mite. Ever heard of that one? According to Dr. Gene Christie of Mount St. Joe's University in Cincinnati, he said this is not new. 17 years ago, after the big brood faded away, people in Chicago who had oak trees in their yards started to complain of bites after the cicada emergence. It turned out that the oak itch mite was found in the egg nests of that brood of cicadas. These mites, they're here all the time, but they've increased their numbers because there's been more food for them. Female cicadas leave hundreds of eggs for the mites to feast upon. These tiny spiders are about less than a quarter of a millimeter. Yeah, they're so tiny that it's not even barely perceptible to our normal vision. They say avoiding an area of trees will not let you even escape. They also fly with the air and go in other places. The major problem with this is how we respond to the bites, he says. When you start scratching with dirty hands, you can also bring germs inside, causing infections. These mites are believed to have come from Europe, noticed in the U.S. in 2004 in Kansas, according to USA Today. Since then, their range is roughly now from Illinois to Texas. Although almost invisible to the naked eye, the mites are a reddish tan with a shiny exoskeleton. According to Penn State Extension, bites leave behind reddened skin and an itchy rash. The University of Maryland Extension suggests using anti-itch products unless the symptoms are severe enough to actually maybe see a doctor. Makes me kind of itch. So there you go. Now you got some of that itch and you were in the zone for the cicada invasion. You wonder what's bugging you. Did I get into poison ivy or something? That may be the culprit, that little tiny critter. You can't even see him. All right, welcome back, Senior Heatwave. Where did we leave off there?
Oh, about voters who are not going to vote for Trump or voting for Harris because she is not Trump.
Yes.
Yeah, so, but I mean, the man, I tell you what, if he had a D at the end of his name instead of an R, and, you would see what his policies had done for the country, yeah, I would be tempted to vote for him because he has a proven track record. Whereas Harris, well, what the hell does she got? Apparently, she's just been on the track, and she has no record. They're touting her as being the leader of justice. Well, she put a lot of people, especially a lot of black people, black men, behind bars in California for taking a toke on the devil's lettuce.
Wacky tobacco.
But then she turns around and giggles, saying, well, she did some herself while she was in college or wherever. It's like, that's not necessarily the greatest thing to admit. She has partaken of it. They say she's a champion of the health of women and children. Well, my understanding is they had a wagon right behind the hall where they're working, where they're doing their partying at. That's giving out free vasectomies and free abortion.
Correct.
Yeah, and it's like, well, it's like saying a hot water heater. Why do you need a heater to heat hot water if hot water is already hot? To talk about what was that guy's name? Gallagher, the one that always had this sledge-o-matic. He'd always talk about, peacekeeper missile. That don't make sense. But, you know, but since Trump has an R at the end of his name, you know, they're just going to turn on him. They're going to forget everything he did as a Democrat, giving to their causes. And, you know, they're biting the hand that fed them. But I can guarantee you one thing, he ain't feeding them no more. So, you know, I'm voting for policies that were positive for me and for a lot of others of us out here, rather than just for a select few. And those that vote for Kamala, if she by chance gets, placed in the White House like you would place a toilet in a bathroom, you know, those people will be the first ones to scream bloody murder when all of a sudden now their rates on everything are going even higher because of her agenda. So, you know, for those people that think socialism is a great thing, you know, these things come with high prices to pay if it does come to fruition. And like someone says, you can vote it in, but you'll have to shoot it out. And, you know, I don't think we're that far from getting to that point. So, anyways, other than that, Wright was talking to me the other day, and he was saying he found out that cold cuts came from India. I said, do what? He says, yeah. He says he listened to that East Indian correspondent. So she's always reporting herself from Kolkata. He said, that must be Indian for cold cuts. I said, no, damn fool. It's Calcutta. He says, well, is that another name? I said, no, it's the name of a community, a name of a city. They don't make cold cuts there, you moron. You know, good night. So I tried, you know, making sure he understood that. But if he were to call later on tonight, you may want to just bring it up to him, because he still thinks I'm full of a hooey. And, you know, of course, and again, he's always talking about baloney. He says, why is baloney spelled B-A-L, you know, L-N-E, what? However you spell baloney.
How do you spell potato?
You know, and it, yeah, well, you know, and then you look at the package and it says Bologna, B-O-L-A-G-N-A. And he says, well, how the hell is that baloney? I'm like, right, I don't have a clue. If I eat it, I eat it. If I don't want it, I won't eat it, you know. So it doesn't bother me none. I mean, hell, for most folks that have been in the military, you know, we've eaten almost anything and everything out there. Of course, most times I was drunk and stupid at the time, but still. Oh, Lordy. So, yeah, it's been an interesting week over here. I think what Ed and others were talking about with the woke business, you know, DEI, I would think, is another version of the equal opportunity employers. Except one is a quota. I don't know what DEI is, if DEI would be a quota. But, you know, if we had people that were qualified to be in position of their, you know, to make decisions, we wouldn't be having these Boeing issues with the airplanes or the spaceship. We wouldn't be having issues with, you know, quality control. You would have the right people for the right jobs that were qualified to make decisions and pass the decisions and policies on to the workers, who would then follow said directives. So,
and under many of the DEI policies, there are people that would be most qualified to be making the decisions. I see what you're saying, are being overlooked or passed over because they don't fit the cookie cutter of reaching the DEI goals. Now, DEI, it's a lot more than just hiring quotas on certain platforms. It's a lot of it has to do with these companies implementing their climate change policies. We got to go green. I don't see a whole lot of support for that in the trucking sector. There's much more opposition to the electric vehicle mandates than there is support for those sort of things. The DEI goals would be all on board with the likes of California, mandating all electric vehicles. We're all going green. There's a lot of in every single case, you notice where Tractor Supply, John Deere, Harley Davidson yesterday say, they're eliminating, all these big LGBT sponsorship programs. A lot of that. Now, I don't know how much of that is in the trucking industry, but we will pause there. More to come after this. Room for you at 844-844-3388.
As an independent trucker, you work hard to meet your goals. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association has been helping small business truckers for over 50 years with benefits, services, information, and discounts. You work hard, but OOIDA works even harder to give you advantages that large fleets enjoy. And all of our programs support our representation on your behalf in Washington, D.C. Become a member at OOIDA.com, making a difference in the lives of truckers.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injection systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, fast fuel systems can triple the life of your injection system while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
Hey truckers, this is Steve Darnell from the hit TV show Vegas Rat Rods. Check it out. Industrial Injection has been a leader in the diesel heavy-duty industry since 1985. Whether you are looking to keep your truck on the road, you are a hard-working farmer feeding America, an over-the-seas mariner, a miner, or a construction craftsman, Industrial Injection can help keep your heavy-duty rigs and equipment running so you can keep America thriving. Get all your turbochargers, injection pumps, injectors, and engine parts at industrialinjection.com. Industrial Injection, the place to go for all your diesel parts needs.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
And I do see former President Trump apparently says if he is elected for a second time, he would consider ending the electric vehicle credits that are being offered, the $7,500 tax credit for electric vehicle purchases. Trump told Reuters News in an interview after the campaign event in York, Pennsylvania, when he was asked about the EV credit, he said tax credits and tax incentives are not generally a very good thing. If elected, Trump could take steps to reverse Treasury Department rules that have made it easier for automakers to take advantage of the $7,500 credit, or could ask the Congress to repeal it entirely. He did seek to repeal the EV tax credit, which was later expanded by President Biden in 2022. Now, he said as far as the EV tax credit, I'm not making any final decisions on it. I am a fan of electric cars. I am a fan of gas-powered cars. I'm a fan of hybrids, whatever happens to come along. He's about people having the choice. Now, he added he would rescind the Biden administration rules that will prod the automakers to build more EVs and plug-ins to meet their stricter emission standards. He also said if elected, he would tap Tesla's CEO, Elon Musk, for possibly a cabinet or an advisory role. If he would do it, And then we do see that he also said Monday he would take steps to try and limit exports of vehicles produced by the Detroit Big Three and others from Mexico for U.S. consumers by imposing new tariffs. I think Shorty did send me the headline from Breitbart News. How do you say it? Breitbart. I guess Elon Musk actually responded to that this past day, stating that he would be willing to serve in a role under the Trump administration. So I'll try to get the rest of the story on that coming up here momentarily. Meanwhile, moving on to, where was it? The DNC, day number 1 in the books. The big party goes on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. Lone Ranger, when he checked in here a few days ago, said he continues to ask, can you name me 5 accomplishments of Vice President Kamala Harris? And he said time and time again, all you get is crickets. Found it interesting that apparently the delegates at the convention, Democrat delegates, also having a difficult time naming any actual achievements of Harris at the DNC this past day. Many pointing to progressive policy pitches and her political ideology, but that's not an achievement. We caught up with 5 delegates on the first day of the 4-day affair in Chicago. One delegate, Bonnie Daniels of El Paso, Texas, emphasized that Harris is not president, citing President Biden's fabulous economic policies. Well, she's not president. It's Joe Biden, who has had some achievements. The question was, what is Harris's most outstanding achievement? She went on, his economic policy is fabulous, and we're waiting for her to step it up, and let's see if she continues his policies, and we'll take it from here. Well, so she sidestepped. That means nothing. Second delegate, Luciano Garraza of Rio Grande Valley, Texas, zoned in on what he sees as her achievement in the campaign thus far. Her greatest achievement in the campaign so far, and excitement that we have for our ticket, is that with Harris and Walz, we're going to fight for our freedoms. She's going to fight for our families and our future. We're not going back to that MAGA Republican president. So in that statement, is there any achievement mentioned? I'm missing something. Sofia Rodriguez, a 2022 Democrat congressional candidate in Ohio and a delegate from the Buckeye State, said Harris's achievement is believing that all people are equal and they should all have an opportunity for the American dream. Is that an achievement? Okay. Now, and she works toward that by creating policies especially as I'm a type 2 diabetic, insulin costs are down to $35 maximum, especially for our seniors. I'm going to be a senior one day, so for me, that's important with health care. Now, I know Jolly Greenidge, he chimed in a few weeks ago, giving praise and accolades to Joe Biden for the reduction of insulin cost. I was not aware. At the time, Donald Trump first capped the cost of insulin prices for seniors. One of Joe Biden's first actions going into the Oval Office was to suspend Trump's executive order aimed at lowering the prices of insulin and epinephrine, the EpiPens. That would have gone into effect on January 22nd of 21. So Joe actually stopped it. Then, hang on. Then, in 2022, at his State of the Union address, he ordered that Congress needs to lower insulin prices. The caps for seniors implemented in 22 were then part of the Inflation Reduction Act, which obviously, despite the name, did not actually reduce inflation. I was unfamiliar with. So Joe actually stopped. The lower insulin prices could have kicked in, a year and a half, nearly 2 years before they did, if Joe would have just left them alone. It came. What else did she have to say? Oh, those. How many achievements have we actually got to? Rodriguez also cited her advocacy for public education. She advocates for public education. Now, I'm a public educator, so it's important for my kids, with their pick, that Walz, as an educator, citing free school lunch policies for children. Well, those have been around for a long time. Did Kamala Harris implement free lunches for kids? Two delegates from Gilbert, Arizona, Kerry Good and Doris Carles, pointed to policy visions as her achievements. Her stand on abortion and reproductive rights, that to me is the biggest thing she's been able to she's really been able to bring it to the people and make people understand what they're losing, what they've lost, and how dangerous this really is. Carl said she really likes Harris's concern for the common man and woman. If you look at the proposals she's got out for reducing costs for people and the child tax credit and helping students be able to go to college, I just think she's so progressive in her thinking. And she has all this through thought it through. Okay, there's nothing surface about her. Very in-depth thinker, very bright, very concerned about the American people. All right, doesn't sound like the Kamala that I've seen and heard for the last 3.5 years. I will offer a bit of credit that I guess her staff has sat her down and said, Kamala, stop laughing. Everything's not a joke. All this stuff, this is the real world. These are serious matters. Stop laughing. Which she has pretty notably. I haven't heard her cackling in recent weeks. So there you go. We'll get a news break in final hour coming up. How about that? Another morning flying by. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Ultimate comfort on the road. That's the Bostrom difference, and why so many drivers are upgrading their seats to Bostrom seating. With roots dating back to 1935, we know seating. We've developed a full line of high-quality products with the right seat for your application, all made right here in the USA. From our top-of-the-line Wide Ride Plus Certa for the long-haul driver to our entry-level Baja series for the vocational driver, we provide you with the comfort you deserve at the price point you're looking for. We know you're busy. You don't have time to search every distributor and dealership for the right seat, only to find the one you want won't fit in your truck. That's why we created BostromSeating.com. It's a complete seating solution. You can build the perfect seat with the features and options you desire, and we'll help you be certain it'll fit in your cab. Once you've built the perfect seat and have the part number in hand, you can shop pricing and availability. Our Where to Buy feature allows you to pick up a seat right where you are or anywhere along the road you'll be traveling. When you install a Bostrom seat, you become part of the Bostrom family. A family that includes other drivers who recognize this is more than work. It's a ride. One that requires the next level comfort and support only Bostrom can provide. Go to BostromSeating.com to design your ride with ultimate comfort for the open road.
Hands on the wheel, hands off invoicing. At Transcap, we're built for high speed and service, just like you. Our fast freight factoring helps you make more money, not chase it down, because we handle all the invoicing BS and back office work. Apply for fast funding at transcap.com/getcash. It takes just 60 seconds. or call 888-250-TCAP. That's 888-250-TCAP and mention Steve Summers' Overnight Drive.
From Feature Story News in London, I'm Nina Maria Potts with the latest world news. A fresh search is underway for 6 people missing following the sinking of a super yacht on Monday morning off the coast of Sicily. UK tycoon Mike Lynch and his daughter are among the missing. Specialist Italian divers are searching the site of the capsized yacht, the British-flagged Baezen, which had 22 people aboard, including crew, when it sank. Mike Lynch's wife, Angela Baccaris, was among the 15 people rescued. The yacht was registered under her name. Morgan Stanley International Bank Chairman Jonathan Bloomer and Clifford Chance lawyer Chris Morvillo are also missing. A first search of the wreck surface failed. US Secretary of State Antony Blinken is travelling to Egypt and Qatar as he continues ceasefire mediation talks, saying on Monday that Israel had accepted a bridging proposal. The proposal is to bridge differences, propping up a ceasefire and hostage release deal in Gaza. Antony Blinken called on Hamas to do the same without saying whether their demands had been addressed. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says he's seeking to free a maximum number of living hostages held in Gaza in the first stage of a proposed ceasefire deal with Hamas. US President Joe Biden has urged Americans to vote for freedom and democracy in this year's election as he passed the torch to his vice president in a rousing late-night address. Speaking at the Democratic National Convention in Chicago, Mr. Biden touted his achievements in office and praised the party's new nominee, Kamala Harris. Benji Hire reports.
And America, I love you.
This was an emotional moment. President Biden, teary-eyed, walked onto the stage to a deafening roar from the crowd, an almost endless standing ovation, and chants of "We love you, thank you, Joe." Every cheer from Democrats communicating relief as much as reverence, enthusiasm for a political future without him after he stepped aside in the race for the White House just weeks ago. Biden called his predecessor and Republican candidate Donald Trump a loser, a liar, a man who's not worthy of being commander-in-chief, who puts himself first and America last. Kamala Harris thanked Joe Biden for his lifetime of service, but told the convention that the nation is moving forward with optimism and hope.
The Indian government has agreed to beef up security at state-run hospitals as protesting doctors demand a safer workplace. Tens of thousands have taken to the streets in the past 2 weeks after the brutal rape and murder of a trainee medic in India's Kolkata. China and the Philippines are trading accusations after several Coast Guard vessels collided in a disputed part of the South China Sea. Beijing says the actions taken by Manila were deliberate, while Philippines officials accuse the Chinese Coast Guard of acting recklessly. From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks. This week covering the Democratic Convention in Chicago, and today the voices of protesters who are taking to the streets here, insisting that the Democrats need to change direction over the crisis in Gaza.
Finally, the day is here, and the entire world is watching.
Thousands of demonstrators are threatening to encircle the convention all week long, insisting the party's platform, its manifesto, needs to be rewritten and that Kamala Harris needs to explain how she plans to distinguish her policy towards the Middle East from the policies espoused by her current boss, President Biden.
There's a horrific genocide of Palestinians taking place that's being aided by the Democratic Party leadership and its representatives, Genocide Joe, Killer Kamala Harris, and Baby Killer Blinken.
We want to see the genocide end in Palestine, and we want to see the Democrats support an end to the genocide in Palestine.
The security perimeter surrounding this convention may not save Kamala Harris and other Democratic Party leaders from criticism that may be levelled against them within the convention itself. Progressive left-leaning Democrats are among those calling for the party's platform, drafted in support of President Biden, to be rewritten now that Kamala Harris has become the Democrats' standard-bearer this November. The platform's 2 pages on the Middle East currently make not a single mention of the Vice President, who has said she will not be silent in the face of the mounting civilian horrors in Gaza. With FSN Spotlight, I'm Simon Marks.
And a reminder now of the hour's top story. A fresh search is underway for 6 people missing following the sinking of a super yacht on Monday morning off the coast of Sicily. UK tycoon Mike Lynch and his daughter are among the missing. And that's the latest world news from Feature Story News. I'm Nina Maria Potts reporting.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Diesel particulate filter regeneration.
the DPF catches particulates left over from combustion. The DPF regeneration cycle cleans the filter with temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. A computer sensor triggers the DPF regen, which is often accompanied by a loss of power and fuel economy. The frequency of DPF regens are in correlation to the cleanliness of the fuel burn. Under heavy operation with the dirty burn, DPF regens can occur multiple times per day. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme Fuel Additive promotes a more complete combustion, creating fewer emissions and therefore fewer DPF regens. Vehicles using Diesel Extreme experience 83% less DPF regens.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
And here we go, final hour underway. Hello to Hired Gun. Hadn't heard from you in a while there. Going back to the Harley-Davidson conversation earlier. He said Harley-Davidson doesn't have a choice. Almost all dealer sales had come to a stop and their stock prices down like 25%. In other words, got to get rid of that European CEO. Now, I did see, I can confirm that there was a letter written. It may have been to the CEO, it may have been to the board, I'm not exactly sure, but many dealers all over the country had said they're not in agreement with all these DEI policies that he had tried to implement with Harley-Davidson. Meanwhile, Norman rolling into Wichita this Tuesday morning, 68 degrees, bright moonlight tonight. I did see gas at $2.94, diesel at $3.11. Anyway, let's see, $3.11 to $3.65 along 35 this morning. All right. Good morning to Gary, Rick, Dee Dee, and everybody else. Have a great morning. All right, you see, oil prices were down this past day as Israel, they tell us, accepted a proposal to tackle some of the disagreements that have been blocking the ceasefire deal with Gaza. In other words, sounds like they're making progress, helping to ease worries about potential supply disruptions in the Middle East. It wasn't big drops. Brent crude was down 12 cents. Let's see. And it's $77.54 per barrel. U.S. West Texas Intermediate, which expire today, we're at $74.23 a barrel, easing 14 cents. Now, Brent had fallen about 2.5% Monday, while West Texas eased 3%. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken said that Israel's Prime Minister Netanyahu had accepted what they referred to as a bridging proposal presented by Washington to tackle some of the disagreements blocking the ceasefire deal, and urges Hamas to do the same. However, the Palestinian terrorist group announcing a resumption of suicide bombing inside Israel after many years, claiming responsibility for a blast in Tel Aviv Sunday night. And medics saying Israeli military strikes killed at least 30 Palestinians across the Gaza on Monday. There are few signs of conciliation on the ground and fears of wider war. I'm listening to these news breaks about all these thousands of protesters here in the U.S. Converging in D.C., and they're talking the genocide that's going on, the Palestinian genocide. You keep hearing that word. But there have been numerous opportunities for Hamas to come to a table for a ceasefire. And I know this is at least the second, maybe third time where I've shared Hamas declines to agree. And then they announced they're going to resume suicide bombing in Israel. Now, also easing some of the supply concerns, production at Libya's Sarara oil field has risen to about 85,000 barrels per day in a move aimed at supplying the Zawi oil refinery, according to several engineers working at the field this past day. Crude stockpiles in the U.S. were expected to have fallen by 2.9 million barrels last week. That's the preliminary Reuters poll showing this past day. On the demand side, worries about China's economic problems also pressuring oil prices. After a dismal second quarter, the world's second largest economy lost momentum even further in July. New home prices fell at the fastest pace in 9 years. Industrial output slowed, export and investment growth dipped, and unemployment rose. So, yeah, all the pressure, aside from Middle East tension, all the pressure right now is on a downward trend when it comes to oil prices. We'll see what's going on with Scarecrow here on a Tuesday morning. Scarecrow!
Steve, I heard you and Big Ed there talking about your lack of enough motor vehicles in your family there right now, or in your household. You know, you came to mind. You come to mind a lot, by the way. About a week back, I was exiting Quick Trip after fueling up, and I'll get to KT after a little bit here. But Steve, I stepped out, and here comes a fire chicken rolling up to the building, and it's fairly subdued lighting right in this particular zone, but it sounded pretty healthy, Steve, and I could see it had aftermarket wheels on it, and I was kind of admired. I even seen the antique plate on it. I'm walking towards my rig there, Steve, and the driver exited it, and when he slammed that door, I actually stopped and turned around to see if the door would actually fall on the ground.
Whoops.
Apparently, that subdued lighting, I think, was kind of camouflaging the true condition of that car. And somebody's pride and joy was another person's piece of scrap iron there, I think. But regardless, I figured, well, I'll bring up the fire chicken story. That ought to kindle some memories for Steve there. Oh, I get my stories mixed up between Bongino and Megan Kelly there, but yeah, I think Kelly, she was talking about she brought up how the bookmobile from years back. Well, that kind of led into the mobile vasectomy center, and I'm thinking, is there such a thing? Well, apparently there is this week, and right alongside the dispensary for the abortion pills and such. And then there's supposed to be characters walking around, with abortion pill costumes and such, and regarding the truck, she thought, man, you imagine somebody in the middle of a vasectomy and somebody in a four-wheeler comes racing along and sideswipes that and rocks it. That could be an experience to forget there, depending on where that scalpel happened to be at the moment. But no, at the risk of sounding objectionable and racist and everything else, it sounds like you basically have your basic freak show taking place down there, Steve. That pretty much every special interest group in the world that leans to the left has set up shop
Correct.
along the streets and such. Kind of a vendor type arrangement, kind of like a antique roadshow or such. But it is this politics as usual? You know. Well, yeah, there was supposed to be something like a 16, 18 foot tall, IUD or whatever the hell they are.
Yeah, right.
Walking around, or being paraded around, and business as usual. I guess that's probably the best way of referring to it. And when it comes to politics and the Dems, but and whoever was talking, we've heard for years from the left how walls do not work. Well,
they built walls.
They work as best as possible in Chicago right now. That between snowplow trucks and everything else they can use to erect walls to control the masses and such down there. Between that and, we can't forget Nancy Pelosi's gated community. Their walls are acceptable in those cases. But no, regardless, that activity, I guess that's the best way to put it. It'll be interesting to get more reports on it and such. But there was a phrase, I think Bongino maybe brought this up. What the heck is it? Join the Joy Parade or something to that effect. You maybe touched on this already, though. Well, that apparently got dropped, Steve, when they found out that was a phrase that the Nazis used back in the, during the war years to recruit, individuals to join the Nazi party. So,
really?
But yeah, the joy isn't quite so not so much appreciated at the moment, and I think the whole joy thing, everybody is getting tired of that, such. But anyway, beyond that, let's see. I heard you guys talking about the heart attack story and such, and that too. I've been reminded several times here in the last few weeks here, Steve. That was in 2006 when I had mine. And given that we're spending so much time out at Mayo, I rekindled my memory in that, I'm coming across Highway 14, runs east-west across Minnesota, and I had that pressure on the center of my chest. I knew something was not proper, and I'm thinking, and I'm looking at these signs overhead, pointing out how to get to Mayo Healthcare Center. Now, what better place to go if you're having a heart attack? But Steve, at the time, all I could think of, where am I going to park an 18-wheeler if I have no idea what the streets or the location's like or such. So I chose Plan B, which was to go to my shipper, which is on the other side of Rochester. But yeah, after having driven and been down in the Mayo area, the different facilities lately now, that wouldn't have been the best choice to look for a place to park a big rig. But I guess then maybe going to Plan B was not such a good idea. But at the time, I just wasn't maybe thinking proper or straight. But either way, that did all come to fruition, and that's history now. Now you guys are talking, Quick Trip early on. I caught that, and it's very interesting. My ears perk up, Steve, given that, KT is, corporate centers right up here in La Crosse. So, we catch a lot of their news, items and growth, and have witnessed their growth through the years. And Quick Trip is and like most of corporate America, they're extremely image conscious, Steve. And yes, their properties and facilities are maintained, as good as any in the service industry, I would say. And, they'll routinely bring in the pressure washing crews and, go and knock off the spilled fuel and oil, and both in the gasoline sector and the diesel and such. But they have they don't call them truck stops, they call them travel centers. But there's if they have decent room for trucks and such, way we would look at them as truck stops and all. But it's aggravating to see trash receptacles 10 feet away, yet individuals, obviously it's come from trucks fueling, stuff gets dumped on the ground. And as Big Ed's talking, truck drivers, I shouldn't say as a whole, but there's a portion that have no respect for themselves, much less the public around them. But the Quick Trip, it was in the paper not that long ago. They've purchased 40 some acres, and I believe DeForest, Wisconsin. Now, DeForest, you might say, is a burb on the west side of Madison. And coincidentally, that's Buc-ee's, and this is about a year back, I think. They started putting up a facility at DeForest. In fact, I think it's at the same exit as maybe where the Quick Trip property is going to be down there. So I have not heard any more about the Buc-ee's and Buc-ee's experience, down there. In fact, I was going to do a search after a while here, and they may actually be open, but I haven't heard any more about it. But no, Quick Trip, there is nothing wrong there, Stephen. Given the lack of decent food and such in truck stops today, this whole fast food business, Quick Trip does have the option. They do offer, they have a complete commissary up at La Crosse, and you might as well call them homemade style meals. Maybe not enough to fill up some individuals completely, but like maybe a meatball and gravy, mashed potatoes, mixed veggie, combination plate. I'd know $7-8 right in that zone. And if you don't have a means to warm it up in your truck, they have microwaves and tables and such, right in house. At least the larger facilities, where you can sit down and dine, but even the smaller ones, the mom and pop size shops, right? They have the complete, menu available and such. So if anybody getting up through Wisconsin, Iowa, Minnesota, I think they're maybe trying to get into Illinois now too. If you haven't had the chance to try out their, the dining end of things and such, you might be, pleasantly surprised over a greasy burger and fries,
right.
That type of range.
Well, like I said, I've never been in a Quick Trip, never been in a Buc-ee's at this point, but I do believe there is a Quick Trip that's going to be built right here in my township. They made that announcement here a number of months back. I'm almost certain it's a Quick Trip. All right, Scarecrow, thanks for checking in. Hey, there's Truckin' Phil. Semper Fi. Happy Taco Tuesday. Good morning, Mr. Summers, the hotshot secret nation of the great product of Stabil. The Sturgeon Moon, or Blue Supermoon. The first of 4 supermoons for 2024. Look at it, 71 Fort Wayne, 69 Sterling Heights today. That's almost like a fall day, huh? As we depart Fort Wayne for Sterling Heights and back again. Have a great week. Thank you, as always, for checking in. Truckin' Phil. Did I have the Jolly Green, I believe, wants to talk about insulin prices. Before I pick up on the Jolly Green, I had shared from the Breitbart News story about the insulin price debate So I did a little more digging to make sure we've got total clarification in a social media post on his platform, Truth Social. Donald Trump had claimed credit for lowering insulin co-payments to $35 for millions of Americans, stating Biden had nothing to do with it. So we look at the actions that were taken. Indeed, in 2020, the Trump administration established what they described as a voluntary model under the Center for Medicaid and Medicare Innovation, known as the Part D Senior Savings Model. Under this model, participating Medicare Part D prescription and drug plans covered at least one of each dosage form and type of insulin product at no more than $35 per month. Now, it was somewhere close to maybe half of all the Part D plans out there that chose to participate in that. Now, last I checked, seniors, every year you've got to go through and you get bombarded with phone calls, television advertising about choosing our Part D. We'll help you with your Medicare Part D. Call us. And if you didn't know otherwise, you may or may not have been covered. Moving to the Biden administration in 2022, it was included as part of the Inflation Reduction Act, which essentially it was not a voluntary thing. There was a provision that required all Part D plans to charge no more than $35 per month for all covered insulin products, and also limits cost sharing for insulin covered under Part B to $35 per month. Deductibles no longer apply to insulin under Part D or Part B. Those provisions took effect in 2023. It was January 1 for Part D, July 1 for Part B. The Trump administration's 35 copay model had a more limited reach than the insulin copay cap that's now in place under the Inflation Reduction Act, they say. Now, because the model was voluntary and because Part D plans could select which of their covered insulin products they wanted to make available for the $35 monthly copay. Okay, so under the insulin copay cap that took place with the Inflation Reduction Act, insulin users in all Part D plans pay no more than $35 per month for any insulin product covered by their Part D plan. So there you go. We're about, minute before news break. It's not going to be long. I mean, here we are, August 20th, right? September 1, just a matter of days away. Be prepared. I hate to say it, this time of year is coming already. Be prepared for new chain law requirements in Colorado this year. And these will be kicking in on September 1, literally days from now. And there are numerous interstates that have been added to the chain law restrictions, and we'll break that down in the state of Colorado for you. But yes, September 1, chain laws kicking in already. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
From Feature Story News in New Delhi, I'm Neha Punia. An emotional Joe Biden addressed the Democratic National Convention in Chicago to loud chants of "Thank you, Joe," as he symbolically handed over to Kamala Harris. Harris will officially be confirmed as the Democratic Party's nominee this week, just weeks after Joe Biden dropped his presidential bid. Benji Hire has the latest.
In America, I love you.
This was an emotional moment. President Biden, teary-eyed, walked onto the stage to a deafening roar from the crowd, an almost endless standing ovation, and chants of "We love you, thank you, Joe." Every cheer from Democrats communicating relief as much as reverence, enthusiasm for a political future without him after he stepped aside in the race for the White House just weeks ago. Biden called his predecessor and Republican candidate Donald Trump a loser, a liar, a man who's not worthy of being commander-in-chief, who puts himself first and America last. Kamala Harris thanked Joe Biden for his lifetime of service, but told the convention that the nation is moving forward with optimism and hope.
The Philippines are trading accusations after several Coast Guard vessels collided in a disputed part of the South China Sea. Beijing says the actions taken by Manila were deliberate, while the Philippines accused the Chinese Coast Guard of acting recklessly. William Denslow is in Hong Kong.
The incident occurred at around 3:30 on Monday morning. Since then, there's been a war of words between Beijing and Manila. China accuses the Philippines of acting deliberately, ignoring warnings and threatening the stability of the South China Sea. The Philippines says China damaged 2 of its vessels and used aggressive and unlawful maneuvers. The crew was unhurt and was able to complete a resupply run to the disputed Second Thomas Shoal. China claims much of the South China Sea, despite a 2016 Permanent Court of Arbitration ruling to the contrary. William Denslow, Hong Kong.
Meanwhile, in India, protests continue over the rape and murder of a medic. Non-essential medical services in many hospitals across the country have now been halted for more than a week. Doctors say they want the government to bring in laws to protect healthcare workers from violence. Ishan Garg has more.
The federal government has agreed to enhance security across all federal government hospitals by 25%, and they will also bring in new measures to ensure that when hospitals seek more security, marshals will be provided for added security on the campus. And that's likely to quell some of the anger of the doctors, but the other demand that remains is the demand of bringing a federal law to protect doctors from violence still remains on the table, it seems.
From bureaus worldwide, this is FSN.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme, the solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has 2 purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you. Attention all truckers, are you ready to own your own truck? Lone Mountain Truck Leasing makes it easy. Our lease-to-own program puts you in the driver's seat. Our inventory is always changing, and we have a variety of rigs, including Kenworths, Freightliners, automatics, and manuals. Once you make your last payment, the truck is yours. No interest, no balloons, and no buyouts. Take the first steps towards independence and financial freedom. Visit LoneMountainTruck.com or call 866-944-0383.
Yep, chain laws are coming. Be prepared for new chain law requirements in Colorado. Earlier this year, the governor signed the Commercial Vehicle Highway Safety Measures Bill into law. One of the most prominent features is that it's going to expand the number of roadways where truckers are required to carry chains during the fall, winter, and early spring. Previously, the law required commercial vehicles on I-70 between the 133 and 259 mile markers, September 1 to May 31, must carry sufficient chains at all times. Under the new law, the commercial vehicles with a declared gross vehicle weight rating of 16,001 pounds are required to carry sufficient chains. Same dates, September 1 to May 31, but it is now to include I-70 west of mile marker 259, State Highway 9 from the 63 to 97 mile marker, that's like Frisco to Fairplay, U.S. Route 40, west of mile marker 256 or Empire, U.S. 50 west of the 225, Salida, U.S. Route 160 west of mile marker 304, Walsenburg. You've got U.S. Route 285 west of mile marker 250, Morrison, Colorado, and the entire route of U.S. Route 550. Colorado chain law violations carries a penalty of $50 plus a $17 surcharge. Also under the new commercial safety measures law effective August 7, it's now in place. Commercial vehicles are prohibited from traveling in the far left lane of I-70 in the following areas unless specifically required or authorized to pass by law. And that includes Glenwood Canyon, Dow Junction, Vale Pass, the Eisenhower Johnson Tunnel, Georgetown Hill, and Floyd Hill. Be ready, chain laws kicking in here in just a few days' time. Hello, Jolly Green.
Good morning, Steve, and all the cartoon characters out there. I want to let you know that when Jolly Green started driving, me and Sex Maniac, back in caveman days, my first trucking company was one of those leased on purchase deals that you're advertising on your radio show. Now, back then, this company, they called it the Dollar Truck Company back then. It was Midwestern Distribution in Fort Scott, Kansas. I worked for them for 1 year, and then I left that company, and I got on with CRST out of Cedar Rapids, Iowa. So that was the second company I worked for. And unfortunately, I made a mistake, and I quit there and decided to work for Builders Transport. That's when I made the big mistake, and I met Sex Maniac. Well, yeah, the rest of it, that's the Paul Harvey rest of the story there, you know. But I want to talk a little bit about what you were talking about. I heard my name being dropped. My wife and I are both old enough for Medicare. We are not on Medicare at this time. You do not have to go on Medicare if you have private insurance. I have company insurance through the company I'm working for, which happens to be United Healthcare.
Mm-hmm.
All right? Now, the problem is some of these very pharmacies are charging the full price for insulin. They don't tell you about these programs that you were talking about. They don't tell you anything about it. I got in touch with Eli Lilly and the Pfizer company, which made the 2 insulin shots pens that my wife uses, and I talked to both of these companies, and they were very, very nice and willing to give me the proper information. They told me all we had to do was apply for their program, and they said that they, I think it was Eli Lilly that told me that they had volunteered to lower the price to $35. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
Now, the pharmacist that I was going to did not volunteer that information. No, they wanted $800 for the 2 insulin
Right.
pens that my wife uses per month. So I went to Eli Lilly, and I'll tell you where I got the information from. I got it from our company nurse that sits in Indianapolis, Indiana, at our terminal there, and I called her, and she told me about it. So I made a phone call directly to both those companies, and I take my hat off to those 2 companies because they actually did give us a discount card that I presented to the pharmacists, and then they gave us the discount. So that's how we went about it. So you got to call the pharmaceutical company directly, and they will hook you up with a discount card. And that's how you do it. So, yes, we are paying $35 for each one of those prescriptions now. But they're not the pharmacists are not going to volunteer that information. No, sir. Then you're going to talk about the goody-goody plan. There was no discount. They would not discount those prescriptions for my spouse. That's why we had to go directly to the pharmaceutical companies to get that discount program. So we went directly to them. And I take my hat off to both those companies because the fact is, and yes, I did say that Biden, he said it in one of his speeches that he was going to do something about it. And I didn't know anything about that Trump had made that statement during his administration. That doesn't surprise me at all. But in my opinion, they definitely need to do something about the pharmaceutical companies charging these extremely expensive prices for the various drugs. And I'm not going to get on there and preach about how expensive Viagra is. The name brand Viagra, which is made by the Pfizer company, is $85 for a 100-milligram pill. It's that expensive. The generic brands, you can get 30 pills for $30. So there are cheaper brands out there for that particular drug, but you find that out when your doctor prescribes you for these drugs. You find out how expensive they are.
Mm-hmm.
Now, a newer drug for sugar diabetes, and I'm type 2 diabetic. My wife is type 1. Now, I was prescribed Trulicity, which is a once-a-week hormone shot that you shoot once a week around your belly button, okay? That drug is made by the Eli Lilly company, and it's $525 a month. They would not lower the price on that drug. So I told my doctor, do not prescribe that drug ever. I will not. If they can't give me a decent price for it, I am not going to stand her, I'm not going to stand her and pay $525 a month for it. So what I like about my health insurance, I can pick and choose which drugs I will pay for and which ones I won't. So, and the fact is, I'm glad that we are not totally, the social medicine program we're under. I'm glad that we still get to pick and choose, Steve, because to be honest, if they tell us that we can't pick and choose, that's where there's going to be a problem. But I do thank these pharmaceutical companies, especially in the area of insulin. $800 a month for 2 prescriptions.
Yeah.
And it's life and death for my spouse. I take my hat off to them. They did the right thing, and I want to thank them for that. So I just hope that these politicians also do the right thing and do something about these high prices that the pharmaceutical companies and the pharmacists are charging for these drugs. That's really all I got to say tonight, Steve. So you can tell I've been listening. But either way, I'll be listening tomorrow night. You have a good morning.
Thank you much, Jolly Green Giant. Ho, 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 Green Giant. 16 before the hour. Well, they may have solved a murder mystery in the trucking industry, as human remains have been found on the same property where a trucking company owner lived and worked before disappearing in the spring of 2021. We covered the story at the time. Michigan State Police issued a statement Sunday morning announcing that indeed human remains had been found during the execution of a search warrant on the property owned by Dale Warner, who was husband to the woman who went missing. The human remains had not yet been identified, but the family of the missing woman and the trucking company owner, who was Deanne Warner, have been notified. The properties located in Tipton, Michigan, southwest of Detroit. According to NBC News, Dale Warner was charged with one count of open murder and one count of tampering in the matter of his wife's disappearance last year. Now, Dale pleaded not guilty to the charges. Deanne ran a trucking company out of Barnes located on the same property where the remains were found. The night she went missing, Deanne had gotten into a business-related argument with her husband, Dale, and a few of her own employees. The plot thickens. Why they had not executed a warrant or searched that property for human remains until now, I guess in the legal process, these things can be long and drawn out, right? Blind man, long time no talk. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm still here at the Regency Care Center. I had back surgery back in June and slowly but surely recovering. I got my, as Horse Feathers says, I have my electronic girlfriend, so I can listen to conservative talk radio all day until I go to bed.
Mm-hmm.
And when the nurses come in, one of them asked me if I was a MAGA guy, and I said yes, and she says I am too. And there's another nurse that's starting to ask me questions why I like Trump, and I'm explaining to her. And then yesterday, my morning nurse, I turned off the sound so she can talk to me. She says, no, leave it on. I want to hear this. And she's starting to ask me questions now. So I guess I have the reputation here of being the conservative guy, and I have my own little zone here. And I'm going to therapy downstairs in the gym. I don't know when I'm going home. The big question is, who's going to take care of you?
Mm-hmm.
And I say, I always take care of myself. And I can get the help from neighbors, the Silver Spring Village. And I got a call last week from Gilligan. He called me around 8 o'clock, which is a good time to call. And he also got heat wave on, so I had a nice talk for about an hour or so, talking all kinds of stuff. So I just wanted to check in and let everybody know that I'm still among the living, and the food is rotten here. There's too much salt.
Okay.
I'm not the only one that's complaining about that. And there's been some other glitches from time to time, but otherwise I am getting good care, and I hope to get out of here sooner than later.
Well, that sounds like a plan of speedy recovery, blind man. It sounds like sounds like you're doing better. That's a good thing. So thanks for checking in. We'll be right back. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Taxes for Truckers provides full-service accounting solutions for owner-operators. Taxes for Truckers is the driver's financial co-pilot. We help independent truckers keep their taxes, filings, and bookkeeping running smoothly so they can focus on the road ahead. Drivers who want their business to run as smooth as their truck choose to partner with Taxes for Truckers for their accounting and tax filing needs. Stop overpaying taxes. Call tax for TRK to start paying less tax today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Ultra-low sulfur fuels.
Fuel has two purposes, combustion and lubrication. Ultra-low sulfur fuels have diminished the fuel's ability to lubricate. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment with LX4 restores lubricity, protects your engine, and optimizes performance.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Building relationships with their team drivers and customers still matter at IBI Security Transport. Since 1966, IBI and its team of drivers have been leaders and innovators in providing white glove service to its exclusive client base for transporting high-value freight safely and securely. Much of the IBI staff have driven trucks, so they understand both the customers' and drivers' needs. If you're seeking a career that values you as a person, not just a number, and offers great benefits and good home time, then IBI is the place for you. Call 800-582-5912 to discover why we are the leaders in team freight and start building a relationship with you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday diesel treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Fuel filtration is a big deal. Poorly filtered diesel fuel can damage injector systems, reduce efficiency, and rob horsepower, among other things. By removing the water, air, and debris from fuel, Fast Fuel Systems can triple the life of your injector systems while restoring power, optimizing fuel economy, and more. Not sure what your truck needs? Give us a call at 636-433-5410 or learn more at fastride.com.
All right, we are headed down the home stretch on a Tuesday morning. Junior, it's back to work. Is that correct?
Yeah, back to work. Had to take 3 days off, but yeah, all right, back to work. Everything was good. No pluggage. No, what do you want to call it? No, put no sin in. So,
well,
that sure make you worry, though. I know that when you went in.
Yeah, but so that's a good thing.
Yeah, I was surprised. Like Spaceman said, they put you in a table, lay you down, and I said, y'all gonna knock me out? No, we're gonna just give you something. You won't feel nothing. I didn't feel nothing. It was over quicker than I thought it was. So there's more. They put an air package on your wrist, where they put that hole in you.
Mm-hmm.
And that took more time than them when they went in to check me out. It took about 4 hours for me to get the air out, make sure it wasn't going to bleed. But everything's good. But yeah, I couldn't move my hand. They had your hand with a little cast on it. You couldn't move your wrist for 48 hours. So I couldn't drive. So anyway.
So what was
I guess I'm going to live a little longer, I hope.
What was the reasoning they did in? Well, they said they did the heart cath thing. Had you had symptoms of a heart attack or something, or?
No, I just wouldn't have tests at the clinic the hospital had, and they come back and said the results wasn't very good. It looked like they had blockage.
Yeah.
So this time I went into the hospital. They had looked like a big screen TV up there. I couldn't see nothing though, but I'm not sure. Once they give me something for where I wouldn't feel nothing, I don't even know what they've done, to tell you the truth.
Yeah, so it's kind of like you were in you were in what they call it twilight, I think. So you don't really know what the heck's going on. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't feel nothing, but you can see where they went through my vein in my wrist, where they was ready to go. They said, "Well, if you don't work in your vein, we got a doctor on standby to come in and go through your growing." I said, "Oh, great." But they're about 7 hours.
Wow.
But the longest time was just getting the air out of your wrist, where they kind of put pressure on your wrist, keep it from bleeding.
Gotcha.
Make it,
Mm-hmm.
that took the longest time, but hopefully everything's all right then.
Well,
I don't like to worry about getting a heart attack or anything.
That would be good news, right? So I mean, no blockages at all. I mean,
I've heard.
I know they won't put stents in unless they have to be, what is it, like 70%, 75? I don't know. If you've got a 30% blockage and a 40%, they won't even stent those.
Yeah, well, I guess I'll find out Thursday when I go back to see them doctors. But they never did tell me how bad I had it, if I had anything. But they did give me a pill to take, start taking now. So, plus I aspirin today.
Okay.
So, I don't know. Well, I'll wait Thursday when I go see them again. Maybe I'll find out how bad I did have it. If I even do have any blockage.
Get the rest of the story, right?
So, yeah, rest of the story. There you go. Yeah. But that's about it. Just get back here on the road.
All right. Well,
I know it was boring for about 5 days.
All right. All right. Well, thanks for checking in,
we'll
Junior.
call back in.
All right.
All right.
Safe travels out there. All right. Trying to do two things. Multitasking. Yeah, we ain't got a whole lot of time, do we? No, really, it's only about a minute left, so I apologize. Yeah, Brother Rambler, Knuckle Buster. Yeah, we'll get to you next time. Meanwhile, just a quick opportunity. Let's take a quick look at our travelers' weather in our final moments. As in the Northeast, it's almost feeling fall-like. Comfortable conditions for those who are craving fall-like weather. Temperatures here first half of the week gradually trending lower for several days compared to what you saw over the weekend. Highs, 60s and 70s. From Detroit to Pittsburgh to Allentown, PA. Dew points way down compared to what you saw over the weekend, down in the 40s and 50s. For many areas, it's a little taste of September, as in late September. Looking toward midweek, overnight temperatures are going to be in the mid-40s to lower 50s. From the Ohio Valley on up into the New England areas, like I said, that's late September. As the week continues, the dry pattern setting in early this week, it's going to stick around for parts of the Midwest to the Mid-Atlantic. Temperatures across the Northeast will start warming up, returning to typical late August values in the 80s as we head toward next weekend. Appreciate you being along for the ride. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh,